and I'm going to just jump. Hopefully everybody did receive that bubble list email that I sent out last night. I know that there's been some asks about that from the Planning Commission as well. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hardy to get us kicked off here to get us moving forward. Mr. Hardy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Hudson and councilors and planning commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Just fine.
Great. Tonight we have a work session to cover a few things, and we do have a lot to cover in kind of a short amount of time. There will be additional work sessions on these topics in the future. So just to let you know, this is not a one and done, but a continuation of topics. And in particular, with the mayor mentioning the planning and code bubble list, we'd like to do a deeper dive of that as we get into this. It's kind of a high level review for the zoning code issues. We'll talk about low hanging fruit, which will be items that will address near term and then longer term issues in context of other assessments the city will be doing and completing over the next year. So we'll be talking about that. And then I have Chris Majeski from DKS here as well. He'll be talking about traffic and transportation as well and go through a presentation on that, which is an update. We'll talk about TSP issues and traffic for projects in specific that, those level of information. He'll be discussing that. So I'm going to go ahead and Melissa, is that slide? Can I get the...
If I may jump, this is Jason. I do not see where I received any email with that list from Brian, from the mayor.
Me neither.
Did it come from you directly, Mayor, or did it come from city staff?
No, it came from me directly last night. I emailed. Don't you all have citywide planning commission emails?
Mine is not set up yet.
Oh, sorry. Then that's where I sent it to, was your planning commission emails.
Okay.
Does that not exist?
Well, I don't have access to it yet.
Okay. Then I will, I will resend that out.
I can get that to you, Jason. If you just want to DM me your email address, I'll send it to you now so you at least have it for this convo.
Is it just Jason or is there other
Jeff too?
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
Neither did I. We're waiting to hand our iPads in and get the email set up for it. It's a new thing for us.
Okay, that's my fault. I went into the city's Outlook database and saw all of your names with CAMI.gov addresses, so that's where I sent it. So I apologize for that. I'll have Don, if you wouldn't mind sending that to your planning commissioners, tomorrow or whatever. Some of the stuff will be probably addressed in our conversation this evening, but other aspects of it, I think, is going to be part of the bigger conversations as we move forward and as in these meetings for sure. And I know staff is looking at that, and we'll start to see more of those pieces. Councilor Parker, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, of course, it seems normal that the emails would have gone to them. I'm sorry that didn't happen. But as somebody who's had a chance to talk to the mayor about that list, it's more my impression, Mayor, is it not yours, that mostly what we're going to have tonight is a staff presentation. And so really the list of things that we've compiled over the last couple of years is something that's going to be done downstream. Is that correct?
That is correct. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let you know I did speak with, actually he's calling me back. Chair Savory is trying to join us. Vice Chair Boatwright will not be able to join.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Don, it's all yours. Sorry about that, sir. You're muted.
So, and I just wanted to say, I will make sure that those get distributed, and I will be touching on a few of the, large concepts that were put into the planning and code bubble list. Just, some of the items we've already addressed, but I will kind of touch this high level. But again, we'll go into a further discussion at another work session. So I'm going to continue on.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to advance this.
Try to bounce.
Okay. Not seeing this. Oh, here we go. Sorry. So I just wanted to start out with kind of a broad brush here about the need for the zoning code update, which is probably obvious. It's a code that I think has been in existence for some time, and I don't think there's been a lot of updates to the code. And as far as I know, there's never been really a holistic code update for the entire planning and zoning code as a whole. There are some things that are happening near term that will help us in that code update. And those are things that are assessments, housing needs assessment, housing production strategy, which will be happening over the next year. The city was fortunate enough to receive about $100,000 in grant money from Department of Land Conservation and Development for consulting services for both of those, and we'll be getting assistance over the next year. Those will help us define a number of things, and I'll go into some of those a little in more detail, but we'll assess essentially what our housing needs are. And then also on the economic side of things for commercial and industrial, we are also anticipating another grant on the economic opportunity analysis from DLCD that will also parallel those housing needs analysis and housing production strategy timelines, which is essentially over the next year. Part of those assessments will also cover urban growth boundary expansion evaluation, and that will look at things like for housing needs, do we have a 20-year supply of housing within the city, and then also the types of housing for that. And similarly, we'll be looking at the commercial and industrial needs over the same period of time, and is there sufficient land base for that? And this work session, again, is kind of a high-level work session, so we'll have additional work sessions in 2022. The last comprehensive plan update holistically was done in 1984, so it's quite out of date. There were some updates, minor updates to that plan, but that plan also needs to be updated along with the transportation system plan. Nicely fitting to updating those documents are the housing needs analysis, housing production strategy, and economic opportunity analysis, which would actually help populate the comprehensive plan chapters dealing with the housing and land use chapters, and also the economic element for the comprehensive plan. So that's going to lead up to the comprehensive plan update. And so the anticipation is that hopefully with funding from council on the transportation system plan and the comprehensive plan, that we would be budgeting for that next year. I would hope that we'd be starting those processes, the TSP and the comp plan, about this time next year. So that's that slide there. So some of the issues I just wanted to touch on very high level about why the housing needs analysis, housing production strategy, and economic opportunity analysis will be helpful. It'll help us kind of define on the zoning code process. It'll help us define the type and amount of residential lands that are needed, identify new residential zones to address the range of housing needs. There may be a need to look at things like there's 3 zoning districts for single family. Should there be more than 3? Should there be different types of zoning in areas that are expanded, possibly urban growth boundary expansion areas? Should there be a different type of zoning that's created for those areas? Those are things that'll be part of those discussions. And then similarly for industrial and commercial, industrial in particular, what are the long-term needs for the industrial, and where would the likely areas be that would happen for urban expansions? So tonight, again, we're going to be talking, after my presentation, DKS will be going through and talking about a number of items on the transportation system. And that kind of fits nicely into the discussion tonight about, like, where are we going? those kind of elements about traffic and matching up our infrastructure with our anticipated growth. So before I dive into the possible near-term updates, and again, these items are a very short list. They obviously can be additive, and I'm looking for input from you all tonight on those items. And just before I came tonight to the presentation, I had another one that Carol Palmer added, which is the historic preservation, a chapter of our code, which is also ready to be brought forward to the Planning Commission and the City Council for updates that have occurred as part of the historic preservation documentation that they've done. And they adopted that in July, I believe, of 2021. So there's a few items on the possible near-term items. Food carts are obviously one that's in process, and we're anticipating that to go rather quickly through the process. We would be starting that process early next year with Planning Commission and then with Council. A few other items and these are, again, items that we're seeing as planning staff that I think would be helpful. That would be having for the applicants to present first when they are presenting to Planning Commission versus staff presenting first. That's pretty much the common theme in every jurisdiction I've worked in and throughout the Portland metro area, and there've been many, and that's typically you have a very brief summation of what the project is, and then the applicant needs to proceed ahead with their full presentation versus staff presenting first. It kind of gives the appearance that staff is the applicant when we go first and go into a long discussion, and we feel like the burden should be really carried more by the applicant than by staff. Updating the code on remand processes. There are cases where remand is necessary and the council remands that back to the Planning Commission. The code text is just not very clear as to the authority for the council to actually do that and bring it back to the Planning Commission. We'd like to make that clear. Fences are another item, and I know that's something that's come up previously, and that's a discussion about fences and heights of fences. Corner lots in particular are an issue that we face a lot, and then kind of just a discussion about where should we go with this. Another issue is change of business uses, and so change of use process. We kind of use the business license process as a de facto change of use process, and it doesn't always work real well. And that is an issue that we're dealing with situations where someone wants to change from one type of business to another. A lot of times it's not an issue, but in some cases there are substantial changes that would be beneficial for other agencies, more of a thorough agency review on those type of activities, not to make things more difficult, but some of these require more attention, like is there adequate parking? You know, are they doing something inside of the building with chemicals, those kinds of things that would relate to fire? Is there going to be a large use of water and sewer for those projects? And the business license by itself doesn't always catch that. Compounding that is the county issues all the building permits, and so they're not always in the loop with these processes either. And so that would be part of that process would be to make it a little clearer and connecting the dots with the county building department. Another item is subdivision plat extensions. State law allows for 10 years for extensions. Our code is very restrictive on that. Maybe 10 years is something we could be more restrictive if we wanted to be, but I think our current code is quite restrictive. Sometimes it takes many years for a plat to be recorded, especially multi-phase plats. And so our code is pretty restrictive now on that, and I think that should be expanded. Boundary line adjustments is another item, which is typically a type 1 process, administrative, the lowest type of process, versus a type 2. And that we have a type 2 process, which seems a little bit of an overreach. And so that is something that I think, because boundary line adjustment essentially is not a construction activity, it's just adjusting lines. And there may be others as well. So that's the near-term list. Obviously, we can add to that. I just wanted to mention on the planning and code bubble list, many of those items before I leave this list, many of those items I think we've addressed at least procedurally, and there's a lot of them. There were procedural issues, and then there were also kind of code issues. I think on procedural issues, we have addressed many of those concerns. Those would be memorializing criteria for approval so it's boiled down, clear, succinct to the council and planning commission, so you know what the requirements are and what it's being determined and weighed out in terms of what the applicable approval criteria are. That's something that we've really tried to make an effort to be clearer on. Also, in terms of the discretionary components, I believe we really tightened up on a lot of those items that dealing with if there's discretion on criteria, for example, for density and those kinds of things, and there's criteria in our code, we're very specific about, you need to justify that to get the approval for those items. So that's something else that we've tightened up quite a bit. So that's just a little bit on, I won't dive too deep into the planning and code bubble list, but more discussion will happen on that. And then I was going to go to the possible long-term updates. And these are issues that are parking standards for commercial and industrial projects. And that would be addressed with our transportation system plan update. Part of the challenge here is you obviously want enough parking within development. Sometimes we are looking at things like in our industrial areas where our parking codes are quite heavy compared to many jurisdictions that are surrounding us, similar sized jurisdictions. And we've had applicants say that there were heavy parking standards, and sometimes we might agree with them. In other cases, parking may be needed. We think a study would be important to kind of determine what that actually should be in terms of what the parking need is. Then residential zones, and again, I mentioned this before, should there be more than 3 residential zones, and how does that fit into the possible urban expansion for the city? And those are things that we should consider as a long-term issue. And that again would be guided by the housing needs analysis and housing production strategy process. Similarly, residential setbacks, residential minimum lot sizes, average lot sizes, density transfer provisions, those provisions in our code, I believe we really should have an assessment of what our housing needs are going to be for the next 20 years before we start making modifications to those sections of code. And it may be that there could be a new zone created that might solve some of those issues that are concerns. So these are things that I think will be important as we go through the housing needs and housing production strategy review. Additional long-term code items are clarification of parkland dedication. The Parks Master Plan process is going to be providing guidance that will be incorporated into the planning and zoning code. That's a really important item. I know there's been a lot of attention on parks and dedications, private, public, those issues. In the current situation, we're using our code, going through the factors about dedication, those things that you will be hearing more about. But we're looking for the Parks Master Plan to provide that guidance, and that's going to be through the Parks Advisory Board. And I think that will really help clarify some of the issues that have been of concern. I think also the acceptance of park lands, and we're taking a pretty hard look at that. Is it something the city should take? Is it appropriate? Is it something that can be used? I know that's something that perhaps in the past there have been some not great examples of that, and that's something we really want to avoid and going forward. Areas of special concern is another area, and those are areas that are designated in our current comprehensive plan, and then providing a little bit more guidance about the intent of those areas, and perhaps even having areas of sub-areas in their comprehensive plan that go into more detail when we do the comprehensive plan update. So those are another item. And then adding public facility zones. This is something that would be very helpful, I think, for both public schools to do perhaps a master plan for all their facilities about what they're forecasting to look in the future to their development. Let's say, for example, Canby High School. Instead of doing 20 conditional use permits over the last 10 years, if they did a master plan and it was all consistent with their master plan, and they have a public facility zone on their property, that could all be probably taken care of administratively. Similarly, you could be looking at the county fairgrounds and a public master plan could be occurred out there versus having to go through a more detailed review later on if it's consistent with the master plan. A lot of jurisdictions have public facility zones intentionally. Universities and schools have that as a tool to use to say, well, if it's consistent, then it goes through an administrative process. That's to be determined. There still might be a public review process, but we don't really have a public facility zone. So that's something that probably should be added. And then there probably are other items as well that clearly could be added, and you all would have more input on that. So going kind of into a timeline piece of this, all of these items, near-term and long-term, would have work sessions. I'm guessing 2 to 3 work sessions on near-term, items. Those would probably be, they may be less, they could be more. I think generally speaking, we're probably looking at 6 to 9 months process to get through all the depending on the item. Some of these are going to be quicker for near term and 9 to 12 months for longer term updates. Obviously, if there's a priority, we will make that occur faster. These do take a lot of time. The electrical transmission ordinance that went through, I think, had a number of work sessions, and that took quite a bit of time to get through. Some of these need that attention, so it's really hard to say that what the exact timeline is going to be. It really depends on the topical issue. And again, the guidance, I think, will be provided by the housing needs analysis, housing production strategy, and economic opportunity analysis. And some of these items in those assessments probably need to occur first before we dive into the code changes. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to you all. And if you have questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Great. Thanks, Don. I appreciate that. Councilor Parker, your hand's up.
Yeah. Wow. That was that was a great presentation and a lot. So I'm going to do this in chronological order. So these aren't going to segue one from the other. On the traffic, when we go out and contract with traffic firms, just something that I've been noticing now over the past several years, every time neighbors complain about it, they challenge it. What they see in terms of increased traffic doesn't line up in terms of capacity limits and that sort of thing. So the optics, that there's just a visceral disconnect with the technical information that comes in on our traffic studies and presenting it to citizens. So that's a problem. I don't have an answer. And this one in part needs to go to our city manager. You can stay where you are. I assume, Scott, you can hear me. But I want to make sure that we have enough resources to do this. Over the past decade, I've seen a number of planning efforts stall because we get a rush of permits and things like that with deadlines, and that's where our resources go. So if there is going to be a budget request, I'd actually like to see 2 levels. 1, what you think it would take to get done, and 2, what do we need to spend to get it done faster and better? And a reason for the speed that I want to talk about, the comp plan and the infrastructure, that over the next year, there's going to be $1 trillion blasted over this country to every city, county, and state. And the demand for contractors, electricians, plumbers, and that sort of thing is going to be at an all-time high. We're seeing inflation on our construction between 3 and 6.2%. The faster we can know what we need to do for infrastructure and get those plans and get them out to bid, the better we're going to be serving our citizens with the monies that are available. On your short list, food carts, let's get that done as quickly as we can. We've got a number of local businesses that are trying to decide what they should be doing, whether they're going to spend money, whether they're going to build things. Let's get that done. And in terms of the public facilities, great idea. one of the things that I'd like to see us try and move to in the next decade is really sort out the things that need to go to the planning commission, that need a hearing, that need notice, and separate those from the administrative parts. I feel that you're doing that, and I just want to let you know you've got my support. Mayor, sorry for all the time. That's all my notes.
No, that's perfect, Councilor Parker. I mean, that's what we're here for. So great. Thank you. Councilor Spoon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of notes and some procedural questions, and then maybe a couple of code questions. First, I'll just agree with Councilor Parker since I came right after him. The food cart ordinance, I'd rather see that move. I'd like to see that move faster rather than slower. I think with summer in the not too distant future, I think a lot of people are looking to make some business decisions before the outdoor season comes. So I don't see any reason to hesitate or delay. I know that staff has a lot of work to do, but it sounded like maybe we could see that early next year. I'd like to see that soon and not take too much time for the sake of our local businesses. Question for Dawn regarding one of the studies you talked about said that it would assess the UGB and whether or not it would address it and whether or not it needs to be expanded. I feel like we just had this conversation 2 years ago. So are you saying that if we do this study in the next year or so, we might reopen that conversation? Or is that something where the study would address it and then 8 years from now, so 10 years after the last one, we might open it? Like, when are we looking at opening the UGB based on the results of that study?
It would be, Councilor Smith, it would be soon after that with the comprehensive plan. So as a requirement of the housing needs and housing production strategy, we actually have to assess that as part of a state mandate to say, is there the likelihood that we need to expand the boundaries to allow for the ability to accommodate the anticipated residential needs for the city? So that would happen first over the next year. And the plan would then follow that process, and we would be able to justify the expansion through the housing needs analysis and housing production strategy, because we will be following the state guidelines on the buildable lands analysis. Part of the thing that happens on the buildable lands analysis is the rate of consumption has been rather exorbitant on residential and industrial properties. There's just not that much left. It was something I observed kind of qualitatively when I first started here, was that it looked like we were depleting very, very rapidly, and that's continuing. You don't see all the stuff, for example, in the industrial area coming out of the ground, but there's probably going to be 6 to 7 projects started over the next year, which will consume much of what was remaining in the industrial area.
Okay, so along with that, one question, one of them is not really related to planning, but is, okay, so I'll just stress the one, which is, have we found a solution for the fact that the entire golf course is zoned residential, so our buildable land is kind of skewed?
I think that's a really brilliant question, and it's one that we probably need to re-entertain again as well. I don't know if that's something we as staff can force them to do. I would love them to change that to a public facility designation. It's 150 acres, and that's not great to have as inventory that will never convert, in my opinion. So there will be discussions around that. I guess the 2 items that I'd like to focus on with DLCD is, one is, can we make a strong argument that conversion is very unlikely over the next 20 years, and therefore we should not count it?
Okay, that was my question. Is there a way to not count it? Because I don't see them converting that, but it really skews our buildable land numbers.
Yeah, and I think I would agree, and it seems reasonable to not count it, but we will have to make a convincing case to DLCD, which we're planning to do.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to hear, that you guys were making the case. That's good for me. I appreciate that. Procedural issue when it comes to park dedication. So I noticed in the park acquisition plan, there's actually a matrix for whether or not we should accept a developer dedication. Do you know if we use that matrix right now? And if we do, is it possible that those matrices could be involved or included in the packets we get?
Yes, I mean, there are factors obviously for the dedication. Is that what you're referring to, or?
Yeah, in our parks acquisition plan,
Okay.
there's actually a matrix in it for whether or not we should accept land dedications. that factors in a number of things. And I would love to see that matrix included in our packet so that we can actually see that whether or not the dedication is appropriate or necessary is what that process was to determine whether or not we just want to accept it because they're offering it or we want to accept it because it's appropriate.
Absolutely. We can include that.
Okay. And then also related to that, when a park dedication is coming up, is it possible procedurally for us to get the SDC dollar amount equivalency to the dedication? So right now we're told, here's this dedication offering, but we can't actually value it because there's no valuation. And I think it would be helpful, and I think other people might agree, I hope, that it would be easier to evaluate if we want a land dedication if we knew the actual dollar amount we were giving up to take it. So not all land is equal, right? So if we were told, here's a land dedication, we're all like, yay, land dedication. But if we're told, would you prefer this land dedication or would you prefer $340,000 in SDCs? That's a completely different question. So in the future, procedurally, could we, when land dedication is offered, get an SDC equivalency to compare?
Yes. I mean, I think that we obviously can run the formula based on the number of units times the SDC value and compare that to what they're the value that they're dedicating to determine if they still need to pay additional SDCs or does that cover everything. And then the weighing out piece that you're talking about is going back to the factors. I believe there's 10 of them. Those are weighed out to determine if that's an appropriate thing for the city to take. For example, the emerald necklace obviously would be one that would be of high priority and it would meet many factors.
So yes. Emerald necklace. I want all the emerald necklace land, but I'm thinking so we're looking at a DCP tonight and there's a land dedication in the middle of the neighborhood. And so, or let's take Ivy Ridge. There's that 2-acre land dedication that's not emerald necklace that's across the street from it. When we're offered a land dedication, can you tell us how much money in SDCs we're foregoing by taking it?
Yes. Yeah, we absolutely can.
Okay, because then I think we can make a value-based decision on do I want this land or do I want this money? But right now we're just kind of asked, do you want this land? Right? Does that make sense?
It does. No, and I get it. I think, that's another factor that I think is important.
Okay, great. And my last question is related directly to a potential code. And maybe I'm the only one that wants this. Maybe this is a conversation piece, but it's come to my attention through our process of understanding the Ivy Street undergrounding project that there's actually utility undergrounding requirements by code for wave and direct link. If we open up a street and they have overground and they have above ground utility lines, we actually require them by code and ordinance to underground them at their expense, but we do not require the same thing of Canby Utility Board. I personally find that to be an unfair business practice that we ask one thing of some utilities and not the same thing of others. And I would love to see if Planning Commission and Council are open to a conversation about whether or not we should require CUB to do the same thing that we require Direct Link and Wave to do, which is if they have above ground lines and the road is torn up, and it's possible to underground them, that they should be required to underground them at their expense. I think, from my perspective, CUB has a monopoly on in-city power and water, and there's a huge benefit to that. And maybe they can partner with us by undergrounding when the road's already torn up. I don't see a point in undergrounding our telecommunications lines if we're still going to have above ground power lines. So I'm just throwing that out there. Apparently we require Wave and Direct Link and other utilities to underground at their expense when the road is torn up, but we don't require the same of CUB. And I would love to have a conversation about whether or not we should amend that code to have a fair business practice for all utilities. So that's my perspective. I'm open to conversation about it, of course, and I'm not the only decision maker, but just throwing that out there as a possible code that we should address in some capacity. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Councilor Spoon, follow-up question. You were talking about the buildable land study, and I was jotting down a note, and I missed which property you were talking about that was skewing our buildable lands. The golf course?
Yeah, the country club is all zoned R1.
Right.
Of course, it's not R1. So it looks like we have 150 acres of R1 that's meant to be R1. And so Don said that they can maybe make an appeal that we don't include that. Because it skews, and when we skew our properties like that, it makes supply it skews the supply and demand in our house values.
Yes, it does.
I'm for high house values, but I'd like people to be able to afford to live here too. So
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Great. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions for Director Hardy. One is fairly cut and dried. I don't expect an answer right now, but I wanted to throw it out there, and that is, are we considering the use of employment and industrial land reserves outside of the human urban growth boundary for future planning purposes? Some jurisdictions use reserves to try to identify where the city's going, and there's some controversy around it, but I posed that question. I don't know if you have an answer for me right now or not. The other one is, I think, more important and tougher, and that involves public involvement. When you start talking about the comp plan being changed and updated, and another major zone update, which I think could involve new residential zoning with the potential perception of upzoning by some folks. I was involved in a similar effort in another jurisdiction, and it ended up with a cafeteria full of extremely angry residents that were really taking it out on the planning commission and the planning staff because they felt like they had been blindsided. The result was the city council, under whose direction we were working, had to reverse it and take those zones out. So I just want to underline that public participation in this, not just planning commission, is going to be critical, especially if you start modifying residential zoning. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Just to your questions, I'll take the last one. I think totally echoing the public involvement and the need for that. There will be an advisory committee with each of those processes, which will have a broad cross spectrum of folks in this community on those advisory committees. I think that will hopefully help alleviate some of those issues about getting to the end and then not having consensus. And also there will be public outreach in the form of open houses as well with that. And I'm sure a number of work sessions that will be happening on those. I think, you cannot overdo public involvement. So just my personal opinion on that. And I think that's really an essential thing. I think the newspaper here is another source, and I'd like to see the Canby Herald reporting more on Canby than on Malala. And that seems to be the situation now. And I think that's another source of information. So I think those things would be very important. I've reached out to the paper. They're interested in being more involved in things like this. And we'll be using that as a tool as well. Second one, considering the employment and reserve for employment. I'm not super familiar with that, but absolutely would like to look into it, and we could have an offline conversation regarding that topic. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know the details of how that would work.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. I appreciate the questions and comments. Councilor Bangs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note, Mr. Mayor, that your name is Hodon tonight. And
thanks for catching that.
yeah, that was not my question. I'm wondering if we want to examine the look of downtown height restrictions regarding housing. If we have multiple new buildings going into downtown along the lines of the Dahlia, do we have enough parking for that? Do we need to require parking to be in basements? Do we need to require retail space on the ground floor? And I don't know. And so I'm just throwing that out there. Is that something that we should also take a look at?
I think it's a great suggestion. I think in terms of the overall transportation system analysis, system plan analysis, lake parking in the downtown would be another item that could be looked at in terms of what would the maximum yield be in some of those zones. And I think that'd be another consideration that we would want to look at. So I think it's a good point.
Along those lines, I would like to ensure that any large housing buildings downtown do have retail or commercial space on the ground floor. It creates a dead zone if it's just housing on the street level.
So noted. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councilor Bangs. Don, a couple of my thoughts here or comments. So back regarding the comp plan and budgeting, I thought we had, and maybe Scott can address it or Commissioner Patton, about we had budgeted, I think a couple of years ago, we started budgeting for the comp plan piece, and we started setting those funds aside for that. Am I recalling that incorrectly?
I am not aware of what happened, Mayor, about the previous budgeting piece. I do know that I have set aside a small amount of funds in the budget, this current budget cycle, to actually go out for quotes to get a firm to establish what they would anticipate it would cost to do the TSP and comp plan update as a yardstick, so that we're not guessing what that is. I mean, we could throw something out there, but I'd like it to be something that's vetted through quotes, if that makes sense.
No, totally does. Thank you. The piece on the UGB expansion, yeah, I know density plays heavily into that expansion conversation, and I know, and I didn't follow this as closely maybe as I should have with regards to the rural and urban reserves. That was a big conversation a number of years ago here for us. I think that's been shot down, or is that still something that we are beholden to regarding where we have developable lands outside of the UGB and how that our growth is being dictated?
What I understand about that is there are lands that are still available to expand. For example, the Monocucus property, that area would not be off limits. There's areas that are adjacent to that are within the 2040 plan for Metro that are actually no touch, but there are lands in that area. You're talking about the reserve, the 2040 reserve. The other sides of the city do not have those items. So the east side industrial area, that does not have it. And then the south side does not either. So those would have to go through the analysis through DLCD to justify the need for that. And we'd have to go through that evaluation to determine that, but would not be subject to those restrictions.
Okay, thank you. I like the conversation about the public zoning piece, because I think as you start to look at like even the high school right now is, I think there's talk of adding on to the high school, and all of a sudden you get all these kind of hodgepodgey aspects to an expansion project for a school or another public facility. I do like looking into that idea. Additional zones, I think, could be an intriguing conversation here in the city of Canby as we grow and infill. Councilor Spoon brought up the country club as impacting our buildable land study. Does the fairgrounds being within our city limits also impact us in that regards, and should that also be included in that conversation?
I understand that public uses are not subject to that. They're not a deduction, but private uses like the golf course are. So I'm not really, the public facility is really an additive benefit for like overall planning for those areas, but those are not deep. Those are not counted as our inventory base. So anything that's public, schools, elementary, middle, high school, can be the Clackamas County Fairgrounds is another public facility. So I believe it would not be included.
Okay. Also, Councilor Spoon brought up the point about the Canby utility and undergrounding. Does the fact that they're a public utility impact that regulation, or is that, or is, you know, because I tend to agree with Councilor Spoon that if we're not, if we're expecting that of our other utilities, and why is that not across the board? And I just was more of a curiosity question if it being a public utility and a co-op where the citizens of Canby are kind of the quote unquote owners of it, if that impacts that aspect.
And Mayor, I can't really speak to that issue. I don't have enough background on that.
John, do you want me to say?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mayor, just to assuage the curiosity really quickly, we do have a telecommunications ordinance.
Right.
Forced undergrounding. We do not have such a utility the utility companies aren't treated the same because they're not in that telecommunications ordinance.
Okay. I think that answers my question. Thank you. Those are my only pieces. Great job, Don. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Padden?
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions to kind of get my head wrapped around some stuff. So we talk about the HSP and the EOA and all these different plans. My understanding of the time that I've been on Planning Commission is that while these plans technically go out 10 to 20 years, really they're supposed to be kind of looked at and revised every 5 to 10 years. And from what I understand, most of these plans probably should have gone through that process 5 years ago. Whereas now we are coming up to the end of these plans. Is that a fair assessment of the situation?
We are substantially behind.
Okay.
And that to answer your question, I would say that there's good and bad in that. I mean, I guess the silver lining here is that we have state funding to go through this assessment process, which I think will be very helpful as we develop the comprehensive plan. But we're playing catch up.
Okay. So with that being said, it sounds like, we have a plan to move these plans forward, but some of these are not even going to start through this process until the end of 2022 or into 2023. Is that correct?
Actually, the HNA, HPS, and EOA, those all should be started by the beginning of 2022. In fact, the HNA and HPS will have contracts for those in December. Both of those will be moving forward. They're going to be a parallel process. The HNA really typically happens first, and then the HPS is linear, happens second. We've structured this so that they integrate, and so we're actually doing this faster than what the normal time frame would be, about a year faster. For the HPS, typically you do an HNA in 1 year, HPS in the second year, and that's how it works. We're overlapping them, so the HNA starts in December. There'll be parts of the HPS that will start in March, and so that they'll be done essentially December through December. We will have the HNA and HPS completed. The EOA should also be in that similar time frame. We don't have the contract from DLCD at this point, but that should also be, I'm anticipating the awards for those are going to happen in the next 2 weeks. And I'm anticipating that we'll have a contract with DLCD by January.
Okay. Are there any other plans that we are behind on that are being pushed off to the side of the plate that really should be maybe kickstarted along with these?
I mean, I think that essentially, the TSP and the comp plan are really and I've already mentioned those are the next in line, and getting those started sooner than later is going to be critical.
Okay. So my next question is, and I've had this conversation with folks before. We talk about wanting to make changes to our codes, and we talk about fixing a little here and fixing a little there. It would be my impression that you can probably contract with a company to say, look, this is where we're at. This is where we're going. These are the municipalities within the state of Oregon that have similar code that are similar to us. These are their codes. Compare them to what we have, and they would then make recommendations to say, these are our recommendations for how these codes should be updated. Would we need to wait for all of these plans to be completed before we could hire a company to come in and give us that rundown of what needs to be changed?
I think the HNA and HPS and EOA should be done first, and then we could start the zoning code update. We don't need the comprehensive plan necessarily to be completed. That's going to be out a little ways beyond. But I think if, let's say that hypothetically we started the zoning code update in January of 23, that would be ideal. The not the near term, but the long term, which is a heavy lift. And I mean, this code has not been. I mean, there's pieces of it that have been adjusted, but it really needs an overhaul. I mean, the whole thing needs. I mean, I haven't even touched on other things tonight that like. It needs a lot of work.
Yeah, we don't want to touch them because usually when things like that get touched, it breaks something else and then it's a hot mess. So I completely understand. So with that being said, with the comp plan, I don't remember money necessarily being set aside for that in the budget process. But when is the plan to really look? Oh, wait, that's the 2023, right?
Well, the budget is not, it's set aside to do an assessment of the cost from consultants for the TSP, not to do the work, but to identify a work plan and a cost, which I think is important to be realistic about. We're going to go out for a full RFP and do interviews, et cetera. We want to make sure we can complete what's necessary.
It's like a pre-scoping.
Pre-scope, yeah.
Pre-scope.
Yeah.
Okay, so realistically, when would we start the process of redoing the comprehensive plan?
I'm hoping we would be budgeted for July 1, 22, and we would be starting it in earnest with a hired consultant in November 22.
In November of 22, okay.
Because we're going to have to go through and, I mean, it may be quicker than that. We're going to have to go through an RFP process, and then it has to go through and be approved by council and the whole, yeah.
So I guess this leads me, and I'm sorry if I'm going to kind of like cross a bridge here. We talk about the funding of all of these plans, and a lot of times it seems like that's what delays this stuff, is that the funding mechanism of it. I really think that we need to prioritize so that, like, whether it's a process of identifying, and this just drives me crazy that we have to spend money to figure out how much money we're going to spend is just insane. But start the process of figuring out how, like, allocate some money to figure out how much money we're going to have to spend on a consulting firm to do the updates to the code, so that as soon as these other things are done, that is ready to go. And so I don't know if, whether we need on the budget committee side of things, whether there needs to be a mid-year budget review to see if there is funding that we can set aside to make sure that these things stay on track, and allocate funds to those. I don't know if that's something that we really need to kind of look at.
Commissioner Patton, are you asking me that question, or is that for the group?
I guess I'm asking the larger group of folks, whether that is, or if I'm even allowed to talk about that, because, that's a different group.
Well, I'll weigh in, Jason. I think you're correct. I mean, we've got, that whole, we got to spend money to make money, kind of a piece here, so, what is the cost of doing this? I think is key. I think we got to stop saying it's too much to do, because I think that's what we looked at when you look at our comp plan not being really addressed since 84. Like, that's just crazy. So we've done all these minor plans since, I know that when you were on the council, I know that we did, some minor comp plan stuff. I know that since I've been, on it, we've done some more. And so even with the TSP, we've done those kinds of things. So, I think it is a matter of looking at that from a budgetary piece. And I think perhaps that's something on Scott's to-do list in terms of our, as we look at our current year budget, if there's something that can be done to speed up that process, and even in next year's budget as well. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Jason? Is there a stomach for doing that?
Yes, because from, I've been, you read the articles about how everybody had, when they did their budget, and I seem to remember when we did our budget that we budgeted very conservatively because of COVID. And now that hasn't necessarily been the case, that there is actually, many budgets are kind of going over what they had originally planned. There's more money coming in than what was originally budgeted. And I would say that if we can do a mid-year budget review and say, hey, there's, $150,000, $200,000 that we can use to sort of fast track some of these processes and approve that to start now and like in the beginning of 2022 rather than waiting till later in 2022 or 2023, I really think it would be a very good investment in the process, because we only know that those plans are going to become more expensive in the next 2 to 3 years. So if we have the money and we can do it now, let's get it done.
Mr. Mayor, can I comment real quick?
Yes, sir, you can.
I appreciate that line of questioning, Commissioner Patton, and actually I appreciate the interest in moving this stuff forward. As you can tell from Don's presentation tonight and prior things that we've discussed, we're definitely in the mode of really trying to move things forward. Don and the planning staff team have done an excellent job of going out and getting some grants that are available right now. He's mentioned those tonight, the money for the housing strategies and the housing analysis and some different things. I do want to caution everybody that's involved in this discussion as far as just simply saying, if we do a mid-year budget adjustment, we can just throw a bunch of money at this and get these things done more quickly. There is always a staffing capacity cost to all of this. So I very much appreciate and understand the excitement around moving forward. I mean, it seems that we're many years behind on this and we're trying to play catch up pretty quickly. And actually, again, kudos to Don and the staff, and kudos to all of you for even just the idea of having these types of conversations and trying to move all of this forward. But as we talk about this, we need to think about the staffing, because even when we get consultants, that still takes a lot of work to manage. And I think most of you probably understand this, but there's a lot of work that goes into putting together an RFP and then selection and then managing a contract and then back and forth work that goes on. So when you have a consultant, it's not just simply turning the work over to them. It's there's a lot of mining of information that they need and kind of a constant communication. So anyway, I just wanted to hop into the conversation just quickly and say, as we talk about that aspect of this, we'll do everything we can, of course, and we're all about trying to be as expedient and efficient as possible, but we do have to think about the staffing capacity. And not only is it this long range planning that we're talking about, but we have the current planning where, in fact, I think Commissioner Patton or somebody else had just mentioned that, we've got a lot already kind of happening right now. The amount of development that we have in front of us has not slowed down. COVID did not slow down residential and commercial development. So we're still doing a lot of current planning. And so anyway, just something to kind of put on everybody's radar, that there is a staffing capacity cost to all of this. And Councilor Parker, I appreciated your comments earlier about making sure that we're thinking of that as we're moving forward. And so that's something that we probably need to have some conversation about with council and or budget committee, and perhaps a mid-year budget committee meeting to discuss some of this. But I want to urge everybody to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Thanks, Scott.
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. I just want to say this: the reason for my push on this is I've been on the budget committee for many years. I've been involved. I've been watching this stuff from outside for a while. And every year we try to do some of these things. Those same reasons why we can't do those things come up. And I am tired of hearing that. So I understand all that. And if we can contract some of that work out to make it easier, that's fine. Please know that when I say these things, I completely understand where you're coming from. And I understand that the folks can only do so much and still create quality work. But moving forward, I'm going to continue to bring it up until it's done, because I want to make sure that this stuff does not fall through the cracks another year or 2 or 3, so that we have this conversation in 2025. That's my goal.
We understand that for sure.
Just a time check, Don, do we have transportation piece too to talk about?
We do, and I think it will be somewhat abbreviated. I apologize in advance, but I would like to have Chris Jeske present as well. And we can also continue that to another date certain time. He's going to have to really speak fairly quickly. I have not timed his presentation, but I've gone through his PowerPoint, and there's quite a bit in that, but I would like to give him a chance to go through his presentation. And I would be glad also to continue this dialogue. We can set up another discussion around these topics.
Okay, thanks, Don. I know that Councilor Bajorn and Councilor Spoon had questions, and if we can be quick, then we can get on to the transportation piece. Councilor Bajorn, did you still want to ask your question?
Sorry, if we're pressed for time, I'll hold off for now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilor Spoon?
Mine is quick, I promise. And that's Don. This is a question kind of inspired by a conversation we're going to have probably in about 35 minutes, but related to park dedication, can we also take a look at the code on whether or not HOA owned and operated land that may or may not be accessible to the public is qualifies for an SDC transfer? And by that, I mean, if a development wants to have some private land, say a private pool or a private park, that is not, does not qualify for an SDC transfer.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I don't know what that is. But that land, if it's private for the HOA and private for the homeowners, does not qualify for an SDC transfer because it's not truly public land.
Absolutely. And I think the code does speak to that to some degree. I mean, and not to get too far in advance on the hearing tonight, that will be also really largely sorted out at the subdivision stage. So tonight we are not asking you to make a decision on that. I know Eric Forstell will be talking more about that, but just to assure you that we're not making a commitment on this one way or another. That's for the subdivision to be determined, the park dedication piece.
Right. It would make sense to me that the code just addressed that, so it wasn't even a question to begin with. I mean, from my perspective, if the park land that they're dedicating is not accessible to everyone in the city, they shouldn't get an SDC transfer for it. If it's for private use of the neighborhood, it's not really a city park. So just as long as the code's clear about that, because it sounds like the code is ambiguous.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll absolutely address that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you all. Great dialogue. Don, do we want to move into the other piece there?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Chris right now.
Ready to go?
We are, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
All right. Hi, Chris Majeski with DKS Associates. We're a little truncated, so I will kind of go turbo mode here a little bit with the intent that the presentation is kind of a primer on growth management and transportation, with the intent of getting to the questions that you all have about the challenges that have come up in the community and the questions about traffic studies. So happy to come back and join you another time to go in depth in some of these topics as needed. So we wanted to talk about two real important pieces about transportation and growth management. One is the long range planning context, and that's what the transportation system plan is about. And then that relates to then how we apply those things through near-term development review. We'll also highlight a few of the bottleneck congestion locations that keep coming up through the studies that we're doing, that we're working with your staff to manage. And then the last part is, as you think about plan updates like the TSP, Transportation System Plan, what are some things to be thinking about based on what we know of happening in the region as well as the city? Just real quickly, who are we? So again, Chris Majeski, I'm a principal with DKS Associates and our COO. Kevin Chewick is on the line as well to help answer questions if we get to that. And he's kind of my right-hand person helping your Canby staff with all these studies. We do a range of transportation work from engineering to planning, looking at freight and transit and technology services. So just a little bit about who we are as a company. And the sort of work that we're hired to help your staff with, this development review and traffic studies, is really a common thing that we do as a company. There's a list of other cities in the area that we do this exact same thing for, applying the same techniques and really helping your community be successful with growth management. All right, so getting into the long range planning context, think about the transportation system plan. What I would say kind of to start with is land use planning, transportation planning, it's all integrated, and it's all about how you make balanced decisions in what the community is looking for with their goals. And some of those goals are at odds with each other. And that comes up with transportation all the time, where you think about increased traffic demands in a corridor. Do you want to widen the road because that makes it more reliable and helps mobility? But the trade-off could be, can you pay for that? Is that the
recording stopped?
Is that the safest environment you want for your community? So all those things have to be balanced as you work through those plans. When we did work with ODOT and the city, it was an ODOT funded project for the last TSP update. We looked at a 20-year growth forecast out to the year 2030. So we did this in 09, 010, looking out to the year 2030. And we were projecting CAMI to grow to about 26,000 people by 2030. And the table below there just shows across different land use units, households, and different types of employees, how much growth we were projecting out to 2030. So substantial growth was expected for Canby. And as we've heard tonight, you've really realized that, and it's continued through the pandemic. As traffic engineers and planners, what we do with that growth information is, one, think about where is it happening. And the screenshot there is just showing kind of in the color intensity, just the households piece of where we looked at your zoning and vacant lands and worked with your city staff to estimate where would those new homes be built. We do the same thing with employment uses. And then we think about, what does that mean for new trips that would hit the system? How do people's travel patterns change with all that? What routes do they want to travel along? And that really helps us understand the needs that are trying to be managed in the future. So when we forecast that demand, we also think about regionally what's going on, the traffic coming through Canby on corridors like Highway 99, Canby's role in the region as a destination for jobs, but also there's a bedroom community component to it of people commuting into the Portland region. And so we take that into account. When we developed the TSP, we turned all that information into a forecast for where do we think traffic volumes on the roads are going to grow. And the image here on the screen shows, by the thickness of the line, how much traffic growth we were anticipating that we needed to plan around. So 99E in the middle, kind of diagonally across the screen, is where we saw the highest volume of growth. Knightsbridge Road, of course, Sequoia, and getting into the industrial park. But that's what all of that land use and travel pattern information was translated into with the models we use to establish traffic demands in the future. So then working with your staff, stakeholders, the community, we turn that into a transportation plan, and that does a few things. One, it gives you some regulatory framework for managing growth. So goals and policies can be updated with that. There was a development code update that went along with the adoption of the transportation system plan, as well as looking at the city's design standards. So all those are put in place when you finish one of these plans to set you up for managing development applications when they come in. One of the other things that we put together is the actual infrastructure plan. What are all the projects that you would want to build to accommodate that growth, to handle the traffic demands, to make it safe for people to move around, walking, biking, access to transit? When we added all that up for that 20-year outlook, it was over $100 million back in 2010 of need you're seeing, and that got put into that master plan. And then that big master list turns into things like your capital improvement program that you update periodically, the list you use for setting your SDC rates, those sorts of things. When we do that work, we also have to put a reasonableness check on it of how much money you're going to have. Can you build all of that infrastructure? And so we forecasted, working with city staff again, what are the reasonable funding streams coming in over that 20-year horizon, gas taxes, SDCs, potential development exactions, and it was a little under $40 million. So the outcome of the plan was you wouldn't be able to build all the things that the community would want you to build. You would have to manage it with this more limited set and then look for other opportunities as you went through the planning horizon. Where can you find grants? Where can you work with development activity to try to get more of that work done? So just to cap all that, again, the TSP is the vision for the transportation system. Think about it as like the 30,000 foot level of what you want to see in the community. And it's really establishing the strategies and the regulations to use through development review. All right, so then we get into what I call near-term growth management. So this is when a property comes in and says, we want to do something here. We want to build an industrial park or build some single-family homes. How do we manage that from a transportation perspective? So the key studies that happen then are traffic impact studies, and that's what we often work with your planning staff on. And that's where we're not looking at a 20-year outlook of the master plan, but we're saying when that project's built at the day of opening, what is that going to look like in the surrounding network right around that project? We look at a much more detailed assessment of the trips that we expect from that particular land use, not just the zoning, but the actual land use proposal. What are the multimodal connections helping connect that property? What are the safety conditions in the area? How do we help manage access? What are the driveways look like for that property? And then there's sometimes things like a livability study that will be part of that. If it's adding traffic into a residential neighborhood with driveways fronting that street, we'll look at those conditions. And at the end of it, we're trying to make a determination of, is it consistent with what was already planned for in the TSP? Or is there some mitigation that's needed to say for that particular property, there's more that we need out of that development? Some of the things, and this is probably one we'll get back into if we want to have another work session on this, but some of the key topics that always are asked of firms like us when we do these studies are, one, how do you forecast how much traffic is going to come from a development? What sort of models or data points do you use? And the answer there, the industry standard practice, is we use a rich database where similar developments done all across the state and the country are combined, and we get these average trip rates to use for specific uses. And that's usually the kind of basis for projecting out based on number of houses, based on types of employment, how much traffic we think that's going to generate. We use tools like that forecast model that we use to project future growth in Canby, use tools like that to estimate where do we think that new traffic's going to go in the system. If it's new homes, is it sending trips to shopping and schools, or out of 99E up to the Portland region? So that's all kind of the routing decisions that we have to make. And then we always account for what else has been approved in the area. So when we do these studies, we're trying to assess what's the impact on what's already out there for traffic, what's already on the ground, but we can't ignore other things that have already been vetted and approved by the city. So we'll kind of layer all that on top of each other to look at that year of opening condition. There's a lot of coordination with ODOT that goes on through all these studies. So managing 99E, and there's things that have come up recently, particularly the northeast half of the city on 99E, where we're starting to exceed some of the project needs that were identified in the TSP. And so we've been working with development and helping your city staff talk about some fee in lieu exactions where you may not be able to build a project at Haynes or Ivy, but you can contribute to the Walnut Street extension, and that helps the system. So we work through those sorts of topics. And then on the right side of the screen, some of the standards that were set in the transportation system plan that then get applied to development review are how much congestion is set as the bar or the standard within the city. And so that's measured in a couple ways. One is volume to capacity ratios, and that's truly just a measure of kind of think about how full is the pipe of stuff flowing through it. So it's really a system management gauge of how much capacity we're using up. The other thing we look at, more tied to livability, is a level of service grade. And that's based on how much delay an average driver would experience trying to get through an intersection. And so we've set different standards there for the city, who's focused on that livability aspect. And it's not a measure that ODOT applies, because they're really just thinking system management capacity based. So as we go through that and talk about mitigations that are needed, or try to help the city keep aligned with capital projects that need to be built, I always just want to remind people it takes a while to get major projects built that are going to help with growth. And so keep in mind that we need projects to be in things like the transportation system plan. And so those being updated frequently to keep that project list fresh is helpful. But then there's CIP programming, there's project development that has to happen. That's where the engineering design work is done, going out to bid, and then things actually get built, and then you go into a maintenance and operations mode. So that can take 3, 4, 5, 6 years for some of the big projects we're talking about. So when growth is happening fast, that kind of pushes the limits of that ability to deliver those major projects. And so keeping those aligned is really important. All right. Different ways we can fund projects in the city. System development charges. That's where you've taken a subset of the projects out of the TSP, and you, by setting an SDC, what you're doing is saying all development should contribute a fair share towards those, versus trying to pin it on one developer if they're kind of the last one in that breaks a standard condition. And so it's about proportionate share funding for those things. There can be development exactions or mitigations where we weren't planning for a project. It's not part of the SDC list. We weren't spreading the cost out, but something has to happen in order for a development to occur and have it meet your standards. So that is a mechanism to fund some things. And there's also money coming through with gas taxes, general fund borrowing, and you can have urban renewals, LIDs, different grants. Some communities go after general obligation bonds to fund major infrastructure investment. So all those things you can keep in mind as you're trying to keep that infrastructure up with the growth that's happened. All right. Again, sorry for how fast I'm going through this, but I'm checking my watch to finish on time. So things that we've seen coming up regularly in these studies that we're doing for development, those near-term studies, looking along 99E, as I mentioned, kind of that northeast half of the highway corridor, Haynes, and the difficulty of turning on and off Haynes from the side street at the stop sign there is definitely coming up as a recurrent issue. The Sequoia connection to 99E next to Fred Meyer, and we've known about that as the key gateway to the industrial area for so long, and a lot of traffic's been improved that's coming through there. So ODOT is always asking about that intersection as we work with them through these studies. And wanting to understand the timing of the Walnut extension and how that fits into providing another option there. And then, of course, your gateway to the fairgrounds is starting to come up there as you get to the downtown core of Canby. That's the first intersection where we're really seeing reaching capacity levels there. And then there's projects on the books to help address some of that. I've mentioned Walnut Street Extension a couple times. Which was in the TSP as an auto road project. It's now been modified to a Walnut Street project, but that's really envisioned as one of those key elements to deliver to help manage growth in the industrial park northeast area. Thinking a little more to the southern part of the city and a lot of residential development and other projects down there, there's other plans like the Ivy multimodal improvements from the highway down to Lee Elementary, and putting in some turn pockets and sidewalks and bike lanes, all those things to help with livability on that corridor as more and more people are traveling along that. All right, so jumping to future considerations, and it ties in with what Dawn was presenting about plan updates that you have coming up. I kind of wanted to seed your thinking there a little bit about, what are the topics that should be considered in scoping one of these TSP updates. So starting with just thinking about frequency of TSP updates every 5 years, every 10 years, how often should you do this? there's some factors I listed here where if a number of these things are happening, I would encourage you to probably update a little more frequently to keep up with growth. Because of these long range plans are kind of the crystal ball look 20 years into the future. And if things are changing rapidly, you want to kind of look up and say, are we still on the right path? Do we need to refresh anything in those plans? So if growth is happening maybe at a different rate than you expected, is it hard to deliver the infrastructure to keep up with that rapid rate of growth? Are community values changing? Are things like equity or safety becoming more of an issue than mobility? And are you hearing a lot about that? Are there new projects that have been identified that aren't part of your master plans or part of your SDCs, and we have to deal with funding those? That could be a trigger to update the plan. Are funding sources changing? There was mention of the federal infrastructure bill and how that might trickle down. Or are there regional projects going on? The new river crossing to the west of town and that study that Clackamas County is doing. The tolling of I-205 that's being studied, and what might that mean for 99E? So as you think about the urgency to do an update, just reflect on those factors that would make it important, I think, to update your plan. So then certain things to think about in the scope. Again, I mentioned tolling and what the impact of that might be on 99E if there's diversion into Canby. Looking at the county's TSP update, they do a plan just like this, and did they have policy changes or other system changes to take into account? Looking at the comprehensive plan update, and one of the key scope questions, and I think part of why your planning staff might be thinking of getting some help scoping out that work program, is how can you accelerate those two things and do land use and transportation planning together versus doing one study and then starting the next one. And that can be pretty complicated, but it's also a very powerful way to do planning. So definitely can help to think about those things together. And then revisiting things like performance target, this question of if the community thinks too much congestion is happening and the studies aren't showing that, do we have the right target set that we're managing to? And I think I can skip over most of these, but one key topic that I see coming up in community after community is how is equity going to be addressed in your community in this planning process? And that's really changed in the last few years. And that relates to public outreach. That relates to how you might prioritize funding or projects for access and mobility for those with different needs. So think about how much you want to weigh into that. You could have a robust parking management plan in your TSP. Doesn't have to be there, but some communities could really benefit from that. Safe routes to school is a topic that can be covered in TSPs. And then the last one is really kind of a big deal, is your funding strategy. And if you want to shift from having only a small portion of your plan funded to having the majority of it funded, bringing in some robust funding experts and working with you on how can you accomplish that, getting you set up to go to your constituents with those ideas could be a key part of it. All right, so I think I'm at 7:30. That was everything. Sorry for how fast I went through that, but hopefully it sets you up for plenty of questions if we have more time together.
Chris, thank you. I know that you and DKS have been with Canby for a number of years and a couple of steps in this whole transportation planning and growth that we've had. So appreciate all the work that you guys have done for the city over the last couple of years. So thank you for that. I suspect that there's probably a ton of questions and a lot of dialogue around transportation. I know that that's something that Chair Savory has brought up with me a couple of occasions as where do we put all the cars that are coming through town and being brought into town with movement, and where do the roads go? So I think that, yes, Chris, you will probably be back sooner than later as we dive deeper into these things. So we appreciate the very quick overview, and we will figure out how to get you back so we can have the same in-depth dialogue that we put our staff through. We'll put you through, if not more.
That's great. So if anything caught your eye through all those slides, if you want to flag those, we can be prepared to dive in deep on them.
Perfect. Chair Savory, did you have something?
Yeah, I do. I would like to have a date certain for having that discussion that you just strictly on transportation. This has been a real sore subject for me because I've been following this for a number of years, and the perception, I'm not sure it's not also the reality, but seems to be that we have some real transportation issues, some real congestion, and we keep adding to it and adding to it. And the studies through DKS show we don't really have anything to worry about. And I'm not buying that, I got to tell you. So I would like to have a date certain when we can have DKS back, and they are the star of the show and ready for questions and answers.
Chair Savory, just a point maybe that we could discuss as well. We have a Planning Commission work session coming up on Monday, intentionally to be a topical issue to continue this dialogue. So maybe we can narrow down the question list on Monday, and then I'll work with Chris to set up a time where he could come back specifically on those to address them. I was hoping that we would have more time tonight, and so apologize about that, but at least we have the Planning Commission discussion Monday, so we can at least get into your questions. I won't be able to answer all those, but I can at least list them out. And Chris will have that prepared. And then I think that would give us enough time to have another work session with you all.
Thank you.
Council President Hensley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Chair Savory. I would like to have this discussion. I'm kind of disappointed that it got such a quick run through tonight. I don't feel like we really got the gist of what he really wanted to get across to us. If he could send us the slides, we could kind of peruse those, give him a little more time since we didn't really get to see very much tonight. And I would like to see this discussion sooner rather than later. I agree with Mr. Savory that this is something that needs more attention than what it got tonight.
Okay. Noted. And we will, Scott and the planning team and I will figure out where to plug that in here in future work sessions here coming up at the beginning of the year. So thank you. Any other quick comments or questions, Commissioner Patton?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. We've had several of these joint work sessions in the past, and we end up shoving things through with many questions unanswered. I really think we need to look at, when we do these things, to only do one topic per work session so that it can be completely vetted, because I know even with the code one that we did earlier, there are still people that did not get a chance to speak or have their questions answered. I would also recommend that maybe in the future, to capitalize on these, on a planning commission meeting, we could do a joint work session on a Monday before the planning commission meeting as well. So that way we have another opportunity to try and put these things into the schedule that already exists.
Okay. No, I agree with you that we tend to get these crammed together, and it's not a bad idea. We'll have to look at having a meeting to schedule more meetings, but it's important. So, okay. Chris, Don, and planning staff, thank you very much for definitely, I think, wetting our whistle regarding the planning pieces in the and the TSP issues that are in front of us. So a lot more to come in that regards for both groups here. So council, I think we're on this Zoom link. So for our meeting, we're going to take a quick 5 to 6 minute breather break. And we'll come back and get into our council meeting. Planning Commission, thank you. Appreciate your time and work in tonight's meeting. And we will see each other. It sounds like 2022 is going to be a busy year for our two groups. So thank you. I appreciate it. And have a great evening and have a nice Thanksgiving.
You too, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. Evening, Canby. Welcome to the Canby City Council regular meeting for, November 17th, 2021. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry for the delay. We had a very great, nice English, a great conversation with the Planning Commission today regarding some framework on updating our zoning code and changes regarding that. And then a very quick and brief overview of the transportation system plan with our consultants that we've used for a long time about that. And so we appreciate you tuning in and hanging out for us. So we're going to get to order. The first thing up is we have a presentation regarding our pickleball court and a donation for that. And I'm going to turn it over to Scott, and then I'm going to slip next door to be there for this. So I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'm going to just turn it over to Jamie Stickle here. Jamie's going to actually help with this presentation, but we have had a couple of very generous donations to our new pickleball courts that are being built right now. And we are pleased to be able to honor those donors tonight. And so I'm going to just turn it over to Jamie for the brief presentation here.
Hi, Mayor and Council. So this evening I get to do one of what I think is one of the greatest parts of public service, which is that we get to introduce a donation from a very special family to the city for our pickleball courts. Tonight, just to note, we were supposed to have two separate presentations. Dr. Ashley McFerrin, who donated, and then Mark and Lori Schuholm, who are here tonight. They will be doing a big check presentation. Dr. McFerrin was unable to attend at the last minute, and she sends her condolences. But this pickleball court and the energy and efforts around it it's been really exciting to see in the community. And I think that I feel really grateful to be part of a project like this. I got to put my communications hat on and work with the Schuholms about having them come here tonight. Also getting a quote for a press release that we sent out a couple weeks ago, noting the donation itself and the pickleball court work that was underway. So with that, I will have them come up. Mark would like to say a couple words, and so we'll pass the mic over to him, and then he'll present the mayor with the check. And thank you so much. Just have a seat.
Oh, have a seat.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's see. Hi, I'm Mark. First off, I just want to say my compliments to the city of Canby and the entire staff to take this project from an idea just a few months ago to actually building this out in such a short time. I think that's a unique accomplishment that I'm not sure too many communities could have took on. And so for Lori and I, we feel honored to be able to participate in this way and support the community of Canby. We thank you for that opportunity. We would encourage others to participate in this way as well. And we also look forward to seeing everybody on the pickleball court sometime next spring. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Never done this before. You haven't. You're doing it perfectly. That's right. Well, thank you both very much for this donation. This is tremendous. And so I'm sure you've been following the project as it's going along, and we're excited to get it going. So it's a great addition to Canby and to Maple Street Park. And a lot of it has to do with you guys and people like you that help see these seats come through. So thank you very, very much. So I appreciate you doing that very much. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll do a little.
Well, turn and smile. Yes. 1, 2. Oh, wonderful. I can't wait to blow that up and put it right on a pickleball court. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for showing up tonight. And ironically, at 12:40 tomorrow, I have an eye appointment with Dr. McFerrin, so I'll be sure and let her know our appreciation.
Oh, thank you very much.
So the mayor is going to transition back to his other spot. And so if everybody can just hang tight for a second.
Scott, it was a little bit difficult to see on the check. Would you mind sharing the donation amount?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, that was $25,000. Yeah, very, very generous.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I don't know if you guys had already made comments or not, but it truly is special when we've got community members that believe in projects that we're working on and step forward and help out in the capacity that they have done. So it was really a generous donation. Next on the agenda is citizen input and community announcements on the so this is an opportunity for audience members to address the city council on items not on the city agenda for this evening. Each person will be given 3 minutes to speak and address the council. Staff and city council will make every effort to respond to the questions raised during the citizen input before the end of the evening or as quickly thereafter. If you'd like to speak, please reach out to our city recorder by 7:30 on the nights of our meetings. We do have one individual for some citizen input and announcements, and that is Jason Patton. Good evening, Jason. You are muted, sir.
Holy crap, just a second. Yes, long time no see.
Yes.
So I promise I won't take much time other than to say something that I tried to bring to folks' attention, and I want to make sure it's just on the list. The Canby Industrial Park sign. I don't know if people have noticed, but the red film over the big C has been peeling and looks kind of trashy and has been happening for quite some time. So I'm not sure if it's on the list for the city to fix that. And if not, if that can be added, just because it looks very unsightly. And I don't think we want that to be the face of our industrial park. And then finally, during our joint meeting tonight, it was brought up about a mid-year budget review and whether something like that is necessary. I think it's completely necessary. I think that mid-year, with the size of the city and the amount of money that the city is dealing with, it is time that the budget committee and city council get together and do a mid-year budget review in the presence of the people, just in a way to ensure that that process stays transparent as this community continues to grow. So I know with COVID, things have changed. That make those sort of meetings tend to be a little more difficult. But I really think and advocate that an in public mid-year budget review is something that really needs to start happening on a regular basis. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. I had not seen the CPIP sign, so the Canby Pioneer Industrial Park sign. And I'm sure Scott jotted that down to get looked at sooner than later. So we will do that. And then as our budget chair, we will look at upcoming calendar here for late January, early February to do maybe a mid-year budget meeting just to touch base and get a temperature gauge on where things are at. So I'll work with Scott on that front as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That was the only person that had signed up for any community or announcements or citizen input. So we'll move into the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move
Yes.
to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the October 6, 2021 special and regular city council meetings and the liquor license request from Conasuper Meat Market located at 733 First Street in Canby.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Varwig to approve the consent agenda, which includes the minutes of the October 6th, 2021 special and regular city council meetings, and then also a request for an OLCC off-premises license from Conasuper Meat Market located at 733 First Street in Canby. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries 6-0. Next on our agenda this evening is a public hearing, and that's to consider a request to annex approximately 42.5 acres of land into the city limits of Canby. As part of the annexation request, the applicant is concurrently requesting the approval of a development concept plan and a zone change to establish zoning for the proposed annexation land that is consistent with the Canby Comprehensive Plan. The proposal is reviewed as a type 4 land use decision with a recommendation by the Planning Commission and a public hearing to evaluate the approval criteria and Planning Commission's recommendation. So the annexation hearing procedure, the matter before the City Council is a request to annex property into the city of Canby. Canby Municipal Code Section 16.84.050 requires the council to conduct a public hearing to evaluate the proposed annexation application and determine the appropriate zoning designation upon the annexation. This matter requires a public hearing, and all interested persons in attendance shall be heard on the matter. We noticed this public hearing and providing instructions to provide comments or sign up to speak virtually. Those people interested in testifying will have signed up, and I think they're in the attendees room right now, but that is Kamal Salem, Jean Bruno, Dave DeVore, and Tyson Hemrick are those that have listed to speak this evening. You may be limited by time for your presentation. The applicant will have a total of 15 minutes to speak. The proponents will be allowed 3 minutes each, and the opponents will be allowed 3 minutes each. The applicant then will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Testimony and evidence must be appropriate to the applicable criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulations which you believe applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements of or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue may preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. All questions will be directed through the mayor. Any evidence to be considered must be submitted to the hearing body for public access. So conflicts of interest. At this time, I would ask that any member of the hearing body who has a conflict of interest, please indicate the nature and extent of the conflict and whether you intend to participate in or abstain from hearing the present matter. Councilor Bajoran.
No conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councilor Bangs.
No conflict.
Councilor Parker.
None.
Councilor Varwig.
No conflict, will participate.
Councilor Spoon.
No conflict, I'll participate.
And Council President Hensley.
No conflict, plan to participate.
Okay, I also have no conflict and plan to participate. Ex parte contact. Also, if any member of the hearing body has had any ex parte contact with anyone prior to this hearing, including a visit to the site, please declare the nature and extent of such contact at this time. Councilor Spoon?
As usual, it's on my regular dog walking route, so I walk by it on a regular basis, but
Okay. Councilor Bajoran?
I did do a recent job there for one of the homeowners along that stretch 16th, but didn't talk about that at all.
All right, thank you. Councilor Parker?
None.
Councilor Bangs?
None.
Councilor Varwig?
None.
And Council President Hensley.
No ex parte contact at all.
Thank you. I have also had no ex parte contact. Does any member of the audience have questions for any counselor or the mayor regarding ex parte conflict or conflicts of interest? Not seeing any in the attendees or up front here. Great. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff report, questions of staff by the hearing body. I will then open the public hearing for testimony. We'll hear from the applicant. We'll hear from the proponents, then the opponents. Then there will be a rebuttal. I will then close public testimony, questions, if any, by the hearing body, and then discussion by the hearing body. A decision shall be made by the council at the close of the hearing, or the matter will be continued to a date certain in the future for further action by this body. This will be the only notice of that date you will receive. The city council's decision regarding the annexation application is final and will be reflected with a first and second reading of the associated annexation ordinance. Does anyone have any questions about the procedure of the hearing? I'm not seeing any at all. Perfect. I will now turn it over to Eric Forsell for the staff report. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm gonna share a presentation. Just let me know if you can see it when I do, please. Good?
Looks good.
Great. So as you had mentioned, Mr. Mayor, this is a city council public hearing to consider city file annexation 21-01 and zone change file -2102. This is a fairly complex set of applications, so I'm going to kind of break down what you'll see in my presentation tonight. First, I'm going to discuss the process, how these projects are processed and analyzed, a little bit about the property itself, and then I will go into the zone change. Following that, I'll discuss the annexation and development concept plan, some of the public and agency comments that we've received, and then lastly, the recommendations. Okay. So, as I mentioned, somewhat of a complex project. We have the annexation, the zone change, and then kind of enveloped inside the annexation as the development concept plan. And all of these land use applications come together to form a single proposal, which staff has characterized as Tofty South. It's important to note that the annexation and zone change themselves are not development proposals, but more accurately describe a process in which land is brought from the county into the corporate limits, the city of Canby, and then appropriately establishing city zoning consistent with the comp plan. So on the left, you'll see some boxes. We already had a public hearing at Planning Commission. That was October 11th. And they forwarded on a recommendation to you all. That's part of the staff report that you saw. And tonight we are having a public hearing. And then if approved, this project would go through a first reading of an ordinance, and then a second reading would be required. And then ultimately it must be free of land use appeals for it to become final. So the property itself is indicated by these dashed red lines. It consists of three tax lots, 1,200, 1,300, and 2,300. A pretty decent sized chunk of land on the southern portion of the city of Canby. And these properties today are currently zoned Clackamas County Exclusive Farm Use EFU zone. You'll notice that tax lot 2,300 has significant frontage along the Molalla River bluff area. This is a survey and part of the ordinance exhibit for the annexation. So these are the actual legal metes and bounds of the property that's proposed for annexation. On the left, we have basically a map that came from Clackamas County showing that it is indeed exclusive farm use today. On the right, you'll see the City of Canby's comprehensive plan designations. LDR is low density residential. MDR is medium density residential. And there's no proposed change to the comp plan designations as part of this project. So these are the approval criteria that City Council is charged with when reviewing these types of applications. The most important ones to consider, and I'll go into these in detail later in my report, are 1654, which is amendments to the zoning map, and then 1684, which is the annexations criteria. And then also, I think carries some considerable weight is the Planning Commission's recommendation, whether or not you believe that the Planning Commission provided a sound recommendation to the City Council. So I'm going to dive into the zone change component here. Again, we're going from, the request is going from an exclusive farm use zone in the Clackamas County zoning district to a mixture of city Canby R1 and R1.5, which are low density and medium density respectively. Again, these are the criteria specific to the zone change itself. There's general provisions, the R1 and R1.5 residential zones, the amendments to the zoning map, and then standards and procedures, as well as the Planning Commission's recommendation. So this may look familiar. We saw it a couple slides ago. On the left, exclusive farm use, Clackamas County. On the right, you now have proposed zoning, which is going to be identical to what the comprehensive plan envisioned. So R1 is low density residential, and that's proposed for where you saw LDR in the previous slides, and R1.5 in that northwest corner in the yellow. So this is going to be text heavy, and I apologize, but I'm going to try and summarize it the best I can without being verbose. But we'll start with the first criteria for a zoning amendment, which is 1654-040A. And this is basically asking the Planning Commission and the City Council to pay special attention to policy 6 of the land use element and the implementation measures therein of the Canby Comprehensive Plan. And then also to consider plans and policies of the county and state and other local districts to ensure that land conservation and development is essentially happening as planned and in an orderly manner. So this zoning map amendment, as I had mentioned, it's not an up zone, it's not a down zone, it's not a reclassification, it's not going from residential to commercial or residential to industrial. And essentially it seeks to establish what the comprehensive plan map had envisioned for this area. And then policy 6 of that land use element directs the reader to areas of special concern. So as you all are familiar with, there's several areas in the city and they're denoted with a letter, A, B, C, D, if there's K. And in this instance, there's no special area of concern over this property. So it's a kind of a null and void component of this criteria. And the second part is whether there will be required public facilities in place or provided concurrently to adequately address the development needs or any future development that would be permitted by the new zoning designation. And I think you'll notice as I go through this, there's a pretty decent amount of overlap between this zone change criteria and the annexation and development concept plan criteria. They ask a lot of the same questions. And I'll state at this point that staff has not identified any known deficiencies in services or facilities that would be available to serve future development here. And then also that new infrastructure and services as required would be conditioned and constructed by a future developer. So the last criteria, very similar, asks again whether all required public facilities and services will exist. And this one's more specific to Planning Commission, and it basically states that the Planning Commission can recommend to you all, the City Council, that some special conditions be imposed to ensure that essential infrastructure like street and sidewalks, water, sewer, utility, fire apparatus, and hydrants will be there when needed. And the Planning Commission didn't feel the need to recommend any special conditions to you all. So that's largely that criteria. So staff finds that the proposed zone change is in fact consistent with the comprehensive plan map. There are no known identified deficiencies in public infrastructure. And then accordingly, the Planning Commission forwarded on a recommendation to you all, the City Council, to recommending approval of the rezone for the annexation area to be consistent with the underlying comprehensive plan map. So the second part is the annexation itself. And then again, this is identified as City File ANN 21-01. Excuse me. And it's a proposal to annex approximately 42.5 acres of land into the city limits of Canby. These are the criteria specific to annexations. The big one here is 1684. And then nested within 1684 is Oregon Revised Statute 222. And there's a bunch, there's quite a few subsections in ORS 222 that provide guidance, requirements, and procedural aspects of annexations. And we implement those through our code. And then the development concept plan that's proposed with this annexation, and again, the Planning Commission advisory recommendation. So starting somewhat big picture here on this left side of the screen here, you can see the City of Canby's annexation development map. The subject property is identified with the blue arrow, and it's in what's called a development concept area. And what that means is when we annex, or when land is proposed to be annexed into the city, that a development concept plan needs to be in place or proposed concurrently with the annexation to be approved. So there are a number of criteria. A lot of them are related to infrastructure, which makes sense. We want to ensure that land that's brought into the city is going to be adequately positioned to accommodate any future development. And broadly speaking, the onus is generally on the applicant to demonstrate that their annexation proposal will provide that adequate infrastructure either in the future or concurrently with another land use proposal like a subdivision. And those infrastructure requirements are the big ones that we typically associate development with: water, sewer, stormwater, roads, multimodal transportation like sidewalks and bike lanes, and then fire and emergency standards, and then parks or in lieu payment of parks. So big picture on this before I dive in a little bit more on the detail is that the Planning Commission found that the applicant did sufficiently demonstrate that the annexation area will be able to accommodate future development and be able to provide the basic infrastructure needed to develop the property through a future land division like a subdivision. It's going to show you some pictures. These are all provided by the applicant. I suspect the applicant will probably show some of these similar images and may be able to answer specific questions you have about the infrastructure itself, if you have those. This is showing conceptual water plan, so showing that the properties will in fact have access to potable water. You'll notice also on the bottom left-hand side of your screen is a dashed property. And that property is not part of this annexation proposal, but we did ask the applicant to what we call shadow plat, essentially show that it's feasible that property would be able to have infrastructure and that this annexation wouldn't negatively affect their ability to come into the city at a later date. So same property, this is showing conceptually the zoning layout. The kind of lighter yellow color is R1, low density residential. Top left is that more yellowish beige color, which is R1.5 medium density residential. Important to note here again, this is conceptual at this stage, but they do show potential open space and parks area. One that we believe is pretty important as a continuation of the overall Emerald Necklace Trail, which we discussed not too long ago in council with a separate project. This is stormwater, so showing where dry well and other stormwater infrastructure would be located to adequately deal with stormwater on site throughout the property. And then lastly, this is sewer, so sanitary sewer, showing where the direction of sewer mains would feed. Most of this is going to be gravity fed heading north towards Southeast 16th and 17th. And then this is a existing conditions plan. We, planning staff, I think we asked for a pretty robust set of existing conditions imagery. Partly, we wanted to understand what the condition of the bluff is, and whether if that's a hazardous area, what kind of floodplain is there, what kind of wetlands are there, what kind of riparian area is there, if at all. And we were able to get a lot of that information from the applicant, which I believe helps the city make a more informed decision about annexing land into the city limits. This is one of those images. So I'm gonna try and summarize these as best I can and not be overly verbose. There again, it's kind of a text-heavy exercise, but I feel like it's important to show you what criteria that we're looking at and what criteria the council should be considering when evaluating an annexation. This one's fairly important in that it's separate from really many of the other criteria which are driven at infrastructure and the availability of infrastructure. This one is a requirement demonstrating that there is a need for additional property within the city limits that's within the same class of zoning. So low density residential in this case and medium density residential. And the applicant provided us what we as staff believe was a pretty conservative analysis of the amount of available developable land in the city and what this project would contribute as an additional supply. And it does demonstrate that it will facilitate in reducing an identified deficit of developable R1 and R1.5 land. And that those specific findings and analysis are in the staff report as findings 25 and 26 in figure 8. The next criteria asks that as part of the development concept plan, there's a statement of the potential physical, aesthetic, and related social effects on the community as a whole and the neighborhood that this area will become a part of, and whether or not there's any concern there and any mitigation requirements. Part of that was a neighborhood meeting, which they are required to conduct per 1689. And I mentioned this briefly before, but the applicant was responsive in our request to provide additional material related to wetlands. They have a pretty robust geotechnical analysis, an existing conditions survey. And some of this I would describe as related to aesthetic and social concerns. And then I mentioned as in the beginning that they did conduct the neighborhood meeting as required on May 25th of 2021. Here's where we get into the overlap that I mentioned earlier with the zone change criteria. And the applicant's required to give us a statement of availability and the capacity and its status of sewage, water, drainage, transportation, and school facility infrastructure. Staff believe that the conceptual plans that they've provided us, along with supporting narrative, demonstrates that they have met those requirements. I know recently and for a while, park facilities are a concern. Staff certainly recognize that. We'll be thoroughly analyzing and reviewing any potential dedication of parks, and that's going to be consistent with 16-120. Where it certainly will bring in the Parks Advisory Board and vet any dedications with them and other parties as needed. And ultimately that would be approved by the Planning Commission. As part of the transportation analysis, there's a transportation planning rule. That's part of the Oregon administrative rules that's required whenever there's a zone change. And that was completed by DKS, same outfit that just spoke at your work session not too long ago. And they found that this project is not going to adversely affect the transportation system plan as it is today. The next criteria is a statement of the increased demand that this development would place on any infrastructure facilities. We had some pre-application meetings with city staff and partner agencies that included Public Works and Canby Utility. There was no issues or concerns raised during that time, and a detailed traffic study will be prepared for the subdivision. Will be done with DKS as well, which will further evaluate demands on the road network and how that's going to be generated by this proposed development. Again, here, this criteria is a statement by the applicant if there's any additional facilities that are required to meet the increased demand or phasing for this project. And through the same processes that I mentioned before, there were no additional facilities that were identified to meet increased demand outside of what's typically reviewed on new land division projects. So in the future, through a subdivision, if new right of way is required for streets, or additional sewer capacity is required via subdivision, that's something we would evaluate typically at that stage. In this analysis, there was no identification of an immediate need for additional facilities. There are existing plans to construct a roundabout at South Ivy. And this project, if it were to go through a subdivision approval, would be required to dedicate over right of way to that roundabout. So that project could contribute to additional facilities. And then lastly, the South Ivy pump station was recently completed not too far from this project. So it was a capacity building project that greatly increased the sewer capacity in the area. And then this criteria speaks to a statement outlining method and source of financing required to provide additional facilities. So because there isn't anything identified at this point, there is no need to evaluate a source of financing. If there's financing required at a later date through a subdivision, that's typically the burden of the applicant to assume. That's not generally a city responsibility. So that's generally a private financing exercise. This criteria ties back into a statement indicating the type and nature of any comprehensive plan or text amendments. And as I had mentioned, the applicant is also proposing a text amendment to be consistent with the comp plan. So that's part of this package. And then this criteria 9 is a kind of a catch-all, requesting that the applicant make a statement about compliance with all other applicable city ordinances and policies. Staff finds that generally the applicant is consistent with any other applicable ordinance and policies, and that's detailed in the staff report. And then this last part here talks about following the procedures of ORS 222, again, which is the Oregon revised statute related to annexations in specific. And then this particular annexation is not an electorate type of annexation, which was common in the past, as many of you are probably familiar with. The state allowed for annexations to happen as long as you meet these 4 criteria. And they are that you need all the owners have to be on board with annexing. They need to be contiguous with existing city limit properties. They need to be inside the UGB or the urban growth boundary, and that they conform to the requirements of the city's ordinances. So I apologize. I know that's text heavy. Feel like it's important to kind of discuss in a little more detail each of those criteria. These are the public comments that we've received as of the 17th today, around 12. Many of these came in through the planning commission, so they're part of the record. The first one was the city engineer provided some additional feedback and analysis on the conceptual sewer plan. There was some concern that the sewer plan as proposed may cause issues for the neighbor. The consulting city engineer, Kurt McLeod, found that it should be okay and wasn't going to cause problems. So that's part of the record. And then we have Chan Beals, Brian Hutchins, Dorothy Nizer, Patricia Swanson, Randy and Wendy Watson, James Gadberry, who all submitted comments prior to the PC Planning Commission hearing. A lot of them are related to traffic and some livability concerns. I won't read them all out for you. I'll let you all peruse those. They're also part of the record. I think most of these will be mitigated or analyzed further in a subdivision when we talk about dedication of right-of-way and construction of streets. So those are the public comments we received as of 12 today. I also wanted to mention that I did receive a late comment. It was about 4:30 today from Gene Bruno, Tyson and Shannon Hemrick, and Kamal and Kelly Salem. I apologize if I mispronounced any of your names. They did submit a package of comments for a separate project. that was done by a separate applicant and a different consultant a couple years ago. And they wanted to fold those comments in here. Given the kind of the frankly lack of time for staff to provide an analysis for you, we want to include them in the record. They're generally related to concerns about the proximity of the Emerald Necklace Trail to the Molalla River interface area. And I will say that these issues were discussed in pretty good detail at Planning Commission. I feel like staff and the commission were comfortable with what was discussed regarding the annexation and zone change and what, if any, impact that would have on the Molalla River. Again, I think more of this will be better suited for discussion in a subdivision project where there's actual development. I do believe some or all of those folks are here tonight, so they'll be able to provide additional comment to you. And if you'd like to ask additional questions of them, I'm sure they'd be able to help elaborate. So to summarize here, the City Council's charge in an annexation DCP, Development Concept Plan, and zone change request is to evaluate the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval in the record at that level. So whether or not the City Council believes that recommendation is appropriate, whether the record supports that. And then if the zone change is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which I would argue it definitely is, it's basically what the comp plan had envisioned. And then if the annexation has or will have the needed public facility and infrastructure to accommodate future new development, and if the annexation is going to provide supply to a needed housing 3-year demand window. Again, the Planning Commission's recommendation. So as planning staff, I will defer to the Planning Commission's recommendation in a type formatter. Staff recommended approval to the Planning Commission subject to conditions on the hearing on October 11th, and we still maintain the same position at this stage in the process. And the Planning Commission recommended approval by a 5-0 vote in favor with one member absent and another position vacant at this time. There is a special condition attached to this, and that basically we believe it's important that this project, the annexation and zone change, is free of appeals and are defined as final land use decisions prior to any subdivision gaining final approval. I believe the applicant understands that, but it's helpful sometimes to include this additional language. So lastly, I have 3 options here for the council to consider. You certainly could use this language or choose your own. I can go back to it if you want to see it later. The first option, it would be to move to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this annexation and zone change, and that would be consistent with the first reading of Ordinance 1566. The second would be move to approve it and modify or add additional conditions. And the last option would be to deny it. And with that summarizes my presentation. I'm happy to try and answer or clarify anything that didn't make sense, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Eric, thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it. Questions from the council? Not seeing any hands running up, so I'll throw out a couple, Eric. In the staff report, it had mentioned regarding under the sewer aspect that it's the layout for sewer is not ideal for what's there. What is the challenge with the sewer layout, and why is it not ideal, and is that going to create problems in the future?
Sure. Initially, one, unfortunately, Hassan, who has passed, was part of Kern McLeod, the consulting engineer. had some initial concerns about using structural fill to facilitate gravity feed for the sewers. And I had believed that may cause problems for the adjoining property owner. And I think what happened there is we gave that back to the applicant, and the applicant's engineering team and our consulting engineer were able to hash out the details on that. And Kurt McLeod from the same outfit believed that was sufficiently addressed and that there was no major sewer concerns afterwards. But I did want to shed a light on that initially.
Okay, thank you. And then you answered my questions on the street standards for with the roundabout piece. The parks aspect of with the Emerald Necklace, has that been run through the Parks Board, or is that something that will be in the near future?
I believe we've had some initial discussions with that, with them about that, and we certainly will be running that through the Parks Board in the future. I know there's sensitivity around parks right now. I was at the work session not too long ago with you all about the Ivy Ridge project, and it's staff's intention to vet any kind of park dedication as thoroughly as possible that we're following our code criteria and being very transparent about the process.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Eric. And then my last question, I know that we're looking at most of that being R1. How many houses are we projecting here in the R1 area?
Unmuted. Specifically, I think that would be a good question to ask the applicant, but it could be a range for the R1, maybe somewhere between 140 to 165, 170 at the high end.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Bangs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question regarding the potential of having a roundabout on Ivy in the packet. I had read that we cannot expect or demand that this developer would put that in, and you had said that they could contribute land for that. But if we cannot have this developer put that in, why would we be able to put that demand on any other development in the future? In other words, who will build that roundabout?
That's a good question. I believe I have a pretty good answer for you. So we have been requiring adjacent property owners to deed over or dedicate the right of way. So that is something that all four corners of these properties will dedicate over the right of way. So this is 1/4 of that. And because this project is not in our capital improvement plan, I don't believe we can ask for an exaction to construct it. It's also a little tricky in that you don't want to build 3/4 of a roundabout. For obvious reasons, you want to make sure that the street is able to function appropriately until the city has all four corners of right of way to construct the roundabout. I'm not an engineer, but I know that Jerry's got Jerry Nelzine from Public Works has a pretty good handle on that, and we're, as planning staff, have been conditioning projects to dedicate over the land itself to build the roundabout. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions for Eric or staff before I open up the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will say, Eric, thank you for your presentation and the hard work on this. Stay close by. All right, I will open up the public hearing on this matter, and would love to hear from the applicant if they're, I know that they're in the attendees area. You have about 15 minutes if you wish to talk to us about this project. I see Mr. Jones and, oh, Holman, there we go. All right, we have a whole host here. So we have Mimi, is it Dukas?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Jerry with Palish Homes, Marie Holiday, and Trevor, I'm sorry, Sinkelma?
Sinkelma.
Thank you. And then did Dan Palish make it in? Yes, he did. Okay, thank you. Mimi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is Mimi Dukas. I'm with AKS Engineering here on behalf of Polish Homes. We appreciate your time tonight, and we look forward to talking through our application with you. So we are here to talk about Mark's Place at Tofty Farms. Staff did a very thorough presentation, so we'll try to keep ours a little more high level. You have pointed out who from our team is here this evening, but we do have our full team available. From the Polish Homes side, we have Dan Polish and Jerry Jones. For AKS, that's myself, Marie Holiday, and Trevor Sinkelma. And then we also have Mike Robinson from Schwabe, Williamson, and Wyatt for legal counsel. So Polish Homes has been a part of Canby for some time, but before we dive into the project itself, I would like to turn the floor over to the Polish team to talk about who they are and give them a moment to talk about continuing their efforts within Canby. Dan or Jerry, would you like to take it from here?
Yeah, if I could steal it from Jerry for a second. You guys, thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, to the City Council. Eric, really well done. This is obviously a highly detailed and complex application. And while I'm not going to dive into the details, I do kind of want to lift up the team that surrounds Polish Homes, namely AKS, of course, is a lead consultant and a company who I know just is first in class in the work that they do. You guys, for those who don't know, we have many projects throughout Oregon and Washington. And even in our growth, we are a family-based local company to Oregon. I grew up in the Wilsonville area, currently live in Bend where our headquarters is. And we just have a team that really cares. Canby is a special place for us. For a lot of reasons I wish I could take more time to cover. We were able to do that during the Planning Commission. We're just thrilled to be back in Canby, even in Tofty Farms, which is where we built our first homes there in the 90s. And it's special for us. So, I know there's tons of details. This team is full of experts. I'm very proud of them, and we're excited to kind of present to you guys tonight. And any questions, we'll either field them here and now, or we'll report back in a professional manner.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dan. Jerry, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm great. I just wanted to appreciate staff. Again, Eric, another great presentation. Appreciate also Planning Commission's recommendation for approval for this, and then everyone's time. And we'll just hand over to AKS now for the full presentation.
Thanks, Jerry. So Eric gave an overview of the project. Generally speaking, we have 3 applications before you this evening for annexation, a development concept plan, DCP, and a zone change, which is really a zone application more than a zone change. That applies to 42.5 acres on the south end of town, as you can see on the map before you this evening. We are pleased to say that we had a positive staff recommendation, or a positive recommendation from Planning Commission after a full public hearing. Staff went through the annexation criteria, but generally speaking, within statute, there are a handful of criteria that are pretty straightforward. For an annexation, property needs to be proximate to the existing city boundaries. It needs to be within the urban growth boundary. It needs to be serviceable with infrastructure, and you need to have a willing landowner who wants to annex. City of Canby's added a few other criteria of your own on top of those state requirements. The most robust one is the development concept plan, which is really an infrastructure planning tool. So it's a way to show how that infrastructure meets the state criteria for serviceability for that land. The other piece that you have that's a bit unique to the city is your population projection. As staff pointed out, we did do a projection of need and showed pretty comfortably that that this land is needed for your housing growth projected over the next 3 years. The development concept plan kind of shows you where we're headed with this piece of property and what we're hoping to accomplish as it moves forward through the development process, presuming that annexation is successful. So this will be a polished community. There are some trademarks to it, including how open space is treated, connectivity, and trying to create a sense of place. We did have a neighborhood meeting. Part of what we heard were concerns about traffic. And so one of the things I want to point out with this development concept plan related to transportation is how we've tried to provide connectivity through the neighborhood, connectivity to the existing community to the north, but trying to make sure that we're not setting up racetracks across the site going from east to west. It's a long piece of property. And so we've tried to provide good connectivity, but have a little bit of turn movement within that east-west connectivity so that you don't have a raceway. The other thing that we heard through public participation was concerns about connecting 16th and 17th Street. So the design before you tonight shows the idea of cul-de-sacing those two roads and doing a neighborhood park, a community park in that location. So we've got good pedestrian connectivity that can continue through for bikes and peds and kids and neighborhood citizens, but not vehicular connection through those two streets. We've done the east-west connection internal to the community so that connectivity is achieved within the proposed neighborhood. As staff pointed out, we do have the Emerald Necklace and pedestrian connections to that. We have heard public feedback about concerns about that bluff and making sure that we are really safe in meeting all the requirements that are established in the various development code for Canby as well as Clackamas County. There are a few lines on this map that are a little hard to read. Setbacks when it comes to repairing corridors can be measured from various things. In this case, we've got setbacks that are measured from the ordinary high water mark. We have setbacks that are measured from the top of bluff. And so we've got varied setbacks across there, and we are meeting all of those setbacks with the proposed design. In addition to that, we also had a geotechnical study prepared to make sure that the design was safe and was defensible. And so that geotechnical report proposed additional specific setbacks from that bluff that vary from 50 feet to over 100 feet. And that setback was really designed to be to structure, but we're designing the subdivision so that we're setting it back from the lot. So we have essentially a buffer of the backyards that is an additional setback from that top of bluff. So we're, again, being very conservative with the design and making sure that we've got extra measures of safety in there while honoring the Emerald Necklace concept. So this project has many benefits to the community, most of which is that we're providing additional housing for your future growth population. But we're creating a community that's got high quality design, open space, continues the vision of the Emerald Necklace, provides good infrastructure improvements, and continues those improvements for future developable land adjacent to the site. So that's a brief overview. Like I said, staff's presentation was very thorough. So we want to focus a little bit more on design, and we are very happy to answer any questions that you may have. Please, 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 if there's anything on your minds, let us know.
Great. Thank you, Mimi, for that. Really appreciate that presentation piece. The one question I think that came up in Eric's presentation was, and I haven't been out on the backside of what I guess will now be referred to as Tofty North, maybe, I don't know, but is Southeast 16th and Southeast 17th, if those are half street improvements that have been done already, and so then the other half obviously will be done and address that some of the questions regarding the width of those two streets, correct?
Correct. So those were originally built what we call 3/4 street improvements. So half street plus a lane to make sure that you got 2 travel lanes. Yes, this project with the subdivision application will finish out those roadway improvements so that they're complete. We'll finish anything that needs to be widened on those roadways, do the planter strip and the sidewalk, public utility easement, all that will be included.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilor Spoon?
I did want to catch up. You did have a question about how many dwelling units are expected with this.
Yes.
The subdivision application that we're working on contains 167 dwelling units across both zones. So as you said, the majority of those are within the R1 district, and then I believe about 20 are located in the R15, but total of 167.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Spoon, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, team, for giving us the presentation. Since you brought it up, I'm going to ask everyone else what I'm going to ask. I have a couple of questions about the HOA Pocket Park that you have in the DCP. When you say HOA Pocket Park, what's the intent there? That it's privately owned or that it's public land?
That's a fair question. We have had conversations with staff about the best way to treat parks and open space. In this case, for the internal park, that is to be owned and maintained by the HOA with a public access easement over it. So there's not going to be a card lock on it that says only citizens within the community are allowed to use it. It'll be open and accessible, but the maintenance will be handled by the HOA. Polish, as a master developer, likes to make sure that there's a high level of maintenance to their open space and landscape facilities. And so they like that level of control to make sure that everything is green and lush and very verdant. So similar to that, with the Emerald Necklace, the conversations that we've had with the Parks Department is that the primary concern for parks is making sure that the public has control over the trail itself, but the remainder of that open space is expected to be, again, maintained by the HOA. So that is the preliminary conversation that we've had with the parks team and how we're proceeding at this point.
So if it's available for public use, is there any intent to provide parking or something for people outside of the neighborhood to use it?
No, this is a walk-to park. It really is. It's not a regional park. That's more of a distinction for a regional park as a destination, and that's really a public park role. In this case, it's a small recreational outlet for this smaller region. So it's viewed as a walk-to park.
Okay.
The programming is expected to have something like a playground, some benches, places to sit and relax, but there's no ball fields. There's not big nighttime lighting, anything like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for our applicant at all? Okay, I'll move into, I don't think there was anyone listed as being a proponent necessarily of the development. I do have a couple of, unless I'm missing something, no, and so any opponents I've got, first up is Kamal Salem.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Good evening. My concerns are the same concerns I brought up in the planning commission meeting, and that was with the bluff, and Mimi kind of covered the setback, and my concern with the setback and where it's at with that bluff is that if you're bringing public to the walking path, so you're bringing more people towards that bluff, which is a pretty good sized drop off into the Moala River. Also, I did a little more research since the planning commission meeting, and I was able to get some aerial photography from 1980 and 1989 and 1996, where it showed that bluff wasn't there. It was as recent as 1996. The bluff wasn't there. It was heavily populated with foliage and trees, because my mom owned this property before me and my grandparents before that. And when I was a kid going down by the Moala River, you used to not be able to see that telephone post by Tyson Hemorrhage's house. And now you can see it. And I was curious to why that was, but looking back at the photos, the reason why you couldn't see when I was younger is because there was several trees and a bunch of foliage on that bank. And now if you look at the bank or bluff on the southeast corner, it has eroded a lot. And my concerns aren't with the subdivision itself. It's the setback and the bringing that walking path around. And I'm a big fan of parks and recreational areas. My son goes to them, a lot of them in Canby, but my concern is bringing public to that area where that cliff is, and more erosion in the future. If as recent as 1996, if it shows, a good amount of trees in the aerial photos, and I'd be happy to submit the aerial photos. My concern is, are we setting the walking path or emerald necklace far enough back from the bluff for future erosion and danger of the public at the bluff?
Mr. Salem, thank you for that question. And once we get all this, we'll circle back with the applicant. Maybe they can address some of that. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jean Bruno. Hello, Mr. Bruno.
A little dark in my room where I'm at.
That's okay.
Hi. Like Kamal, I don't have any concern about the annexation itself. Before I begin and to talk a little bit, I just wanted to ask Eric. I said, you got the letter that we sent today, even though it was actually sent to the earlier meeting, but then was not included. Have you included for the city council all the addendums and photographs from that original document? Eric? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, sorry, he was unmuting.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Eric.
No, we did not, because it was not part of the Planning Commission record.
Yeah, well, I've been talking to your office, and when I originally gave it to Mr. Brown, it was a part of those records. In fact, I made individual packets for every member on the Planning Commission and every member on the council. If they've disappeared, I know you have some of those packets. Please pass them to the council. If you don't have them, if they've been thrown away, let me know. Okay, you have them? You have the packet? Okay, I am requesting that you submit those to the city council as they were originally done under Mr. Brown. Please, just do that. That's okay, right?
Sure. So I consulted with the director and city attorney about that. That was on a separate package, a separate application, a separate applicant. Would not be.
I talked to the city office 2 weeks before that meeting, and she said she would resubmit them under this hearing, under the new builders, under the new plan. And then I know at the last minute someone decided, maybe your attorney did. All I'm saying is, will you resubmit those?
So I think they would be entirely appropriate to include in a subdivision application, which seems your chief concerns seem to be related to the subdivision. And I'm not trying to prevent you from getting your information into the record. Okay. But when they're under a separate package for a separate application, it's not necessarily fair to the applicant to fold in older information. That was why that happened. But again,
okay.
That's a staff person.
No, I get it.
Okay.
Miscommunication is something that happens. I understand.
Sure.
Earlier, so I'll address my concern, which is similar really to what Mimi had mentioned, and that is she talked about a 75-foot setback or a 50-foot setback or a 100-foot setback. She talked about from high water marks. She talked about from the cliff edge. And in the Canby Code, in Ordinance 16.130030, it talks specifically about it must be measured from the top of the cliff in areas where the predominant terrain consists of a steep cliff. And this area, the entire area, is a steep cliff. And it talks about not 75 feet, but 100 feet from the edge. And it doesn't talk about the high water mark. The same language is also in the Clackamas County codes, where it talks about the 100-foot setbacks. So that's kind of my concern. And this is a meander river. And I'm sure you're probably all aware that over the last 30 years, this river has moved more than 800 feet to the north. You probably also have seen the property and looked at the cliff and seen that there even used to, just a few years ago, exist a road that went down from one side of the property up to the other side towards where Tyson lives with his wife. And that's almost completely gone. It's all fallen off. So our concern is we don't want to look across that river in 10 or 15 years and start seeing houses falling in. How do you protect that? Well, one of the things that Kamal mentioned was a number of not just a sort of trees or foliage, but hundreds of yards of trees are no longer there to protect the edge of that cliff. The only other concern I have is I think that the Emerald Walkway is a great idea, but why would you want to have it lead to nowhere? It leads to a dead end property. It leads to a property that they can't access and cross over if you decide to continue it on the other side of Ivy. So I know that in one meeting, there was discussion about having the Emerald Walkway actually go through the property itself so that it could access Ivy. And so if people were using it, they could continue on wherever it was planned to go after that. And my final concern is the cliff. How are you, the cliff itself and people walking along there and, and children and protection for them. And that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. I appreciate that. Don, I saw you step up to the podium there. Can you address for us the pieces that, Eric's done a good job with that, but can you elaborate even further on those pieces that Mr. Bruno submitted? They were part of a different application.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. To add to the conversation, that was a prior application with a prior design, and the current design that is being proposed tonight is different, and it's actually a larger setback than what was initially proposed. So to be fair to the applicant, the design is not even the same as it was before. So the relevancy here of the application, if you're going to have something that's 2 years old and comments, I don't know if it's a year and a half or 2 years, but and to hold that and to keep that as a part of the record for something that's not even for the same application doesn't feel like that's something that staff should be necessarily considering to the same degree as something that's relevant to the specifics of the application. So that's just to add to that. In terms of the concerns, we were also concerned as staff as well. Therefore, we asked for a geotechnical report, which is not typically something that's part of an annexation, DCP, and rezone application. And we insisted on having that before we even went to hearing. And so the applicants can speak to that issue, but they have proven to us that they're satisfactorily that by their geotech work that they're showing that. There's also going to be a subsequent subdivision application. This is not a design project here tonight before you. It's about really the consideration of, is this something based on the criteria appropriate to be brought into the city? The other issues about the details of the design are going to really be taken care of in the subdivision application. So not to dismiss anything that Mr. Bruno is saying, we're concerned with the same issues he is. We're not trying to dismiss any of those issues. We are equally concerned, and we also dove into other things about the mapping. Eric didn't go into the detail that he did at the Planning Commission, but it was a very thorough vetting. We know there's a floodplain there. It's a steep slope. And we ask the same questions about, is this stable? And should there be something else that the applicant needs to do? Not really as part of this application, but as part of the future subdivision application, which is something that the applicant will need to be addressing again before it's developed. I'd also like Mimi to address these items as well. She will have more technical information about what did they do in their study for the geotechnical work and what were the recommendations for that, which I think they could speak to in detail.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Mr. Bruno, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that for being here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dave DeVore.
Good evening. How are you doing? Appreciate your time. I'm Dave DeVore. I live in Tofty Farms. I had a custom built home here back in phase 4, so I'm right on 17th. So this obviously impacts my family quite a bit and my neighbors. I've been just kind of monitoring this since it started last year. I've been attending the meetings and watching what's going on, talking to neighbors, and trying to take a positive attitude to this. I do have some concerns that I think Obviously, this is going to go forward. People are going to want to do this. It's making money for everybody, and it's an investment in the city. But people need to remember that all the people that live here already have had a serious investment. We put a lot of our lives in these homes. We got kids we've raised here, people that were thinking of retiring here, and I do know there's a lot of concern in the neighborhood that's watching this, because not just for the neighborhood but for Canby. I think there's a general consensus, and even some of the topics you guys discussed and I hit on it, the Canby's outgrown itself. And it's grown at a rate that I don't think it's going to be able to sustain. As in my personal opinion, you've got traffic issues. The infrastructure is always in the question. There's more trucks, and all we keep doing is adding to the industrial zone. And it's just becoming not the Canby that I started 20, 30 years ago here. And I'm sorry to say that, but it doesn't feel like home anymore. It's feeling more like Tualatin. If I wanted Tualatin, I moved to Tualatin. I moved to Canby for a reason. So I'm a little concerned about adding another 150, 200 homes on top of what we already have. And to hear that there won't be a traffic problem, numbers don't add up. That doesn't make sense to me. So that is a concern I have about adding to an already growing area. Specific to this, I have been watching what they've done with the designs. I am very pleased to hear, and I know my neighbors were when we saw that 16th and 17th wasn't going to become a racetrack. They broke that up. We were very appreciative of that. I appreciate the developer seeing that. We are concerned about the park there, especially since it sounds like it's going to be a burden on our HOA to take care of, and we never had any say in the matter. We're already not happy with the HOA or the fees. And so now we're being asked to pay for a park that they say there's no parking. Well, yes, there is. It's called our front neighborhood. Our street's going to be the parking. And in talking to friends that live next to other home parks, like little parks like that, they call them doggy dumps, because people come, they bring their dogs, they dump all over, and they walk off. And that wasn't part of what we moved in for, was to have something like that right down the street from it. So I have concerns about that. And the other concern I have is I see the design how it is right now. It actually is a fairly good design. But my concern is, how do we know the design's not going to change? The literature even states that there's going to be changes, things could happen. How do we know that once it's not approved and things start happening and people want to start looking at, making sure they get, their investment out of this, that things don't change and there's no more recourse at that point? So I'm a little concerned about this turning into a neighborhood that doesn't really mix with the neighborhood that's here now. It doesn't add to it. It'd be nice to have, more neighborhood here, more homes, but they need to be similar to the ones here, in my opinion, similar ones here, both for the investment retainment and for the type of living that's here, and for who's paying for maintaining the area. So I just have some concerns about that as a general whole, and just wanted to voice those because up to now I've been kind of keeping quiet. So I thought it's not right for me to have concerns and not voice them. And I know some of my neighbors have the same issues. So anyway, thank you for your time. I do appreciate it.
Mr. DeVore, thank you very much. And I know that Mimi is taking notes and we'll address these here in a moment. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next is Tyson Hemrick.
Are you able to hear me?
We are. Hi, Tyson. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tyson Hemrick. I live at 1826 South Redwood Street, and I have spoken at as many of these as I've been able to attend. I do appreciate the information and kind of the response that Mimi does have to our concerns. She's responded, I believe, appropriately and correctly in routing the end of the Emerald Trail so that it doesn't necessarily look to dead end into our property there on the southeast corner of the proposed annexation there, and route that back up to 13th so that it doesn't have a dead end. I think that that's vital for the continuation of that, not just to be able to theoretically someday continue up the river, but it would then also have to pass through Beal's property as well as the gun club property. And that would have vast challenges, I would assume. So getting that rerouted up to 13th, I think, is an appropriate acquisition for the continuation of that. I also am not in opposition of the development or the annexation. My concerns are just, as well as the prior speaker was voicing, was just some of the design plans. Not that I have all the answers, but they're just concerns that I believe the applicant is open to addressing and looking for solutions and looking at possible solutions. I think additional vegetation in that bank is vital. I think a trespassing issue is also going to be a vital topic of concern. The bank, with the recent rains, I actually just walked out there yesterday. There's sections of it where an additional 2 to 3 feet of that bank has sloughed off. So there is some under erosion issue with that. So over the course of time, that bank had a major landslide in 2006. Not during the 96 flood, but the 06 flood. So those are concerns. It's not that the group that is speaking towards the concerns with that bank is looking to eliminate the trail. I think if there's the ability to extend that buffer even 10 to 15 feet, would be something that we would appreciate, even with the geological study, extending that buffer a little bit. With recent rains, just seeing that the bank sloughing off an additional couple of feet just with rains, not even from the river effect, is something that is going to be a continuing issue. So obviously with the parks and who's going to be maintaining that, if there is eventual disruption to that trail, does that fall on the city? Does that fall on the HOA? And who, as a taxpayer, who's appropriately being tasked to pay for that maintenance as well? So again, I do believe and have felt the applicant's been very responsive and open and able to listen to our concerns and address them. So we appreciate that. These are just things that we also want to continue to bring up so that they are relevant and they stay current. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hamrick. I really appreciate you being here this evening and providing your input. Thank you. And Mr. Bruno, I know you're looking to ask a question. We don't generally do a back and forth kind of thing. But Melissa, will you let Mr. Bruno back in to ask his question, or if Mr. Bruno, you want to type it into the chat box, I can read it aloud.
I was just going to suggest if any of the city council members wanted to see the cliff from not from the top, but from our side to see what we're talking about, Kamal and I would be happy to have you come at any time, and we just take you down to the river and you could see this really extremely steep cliff that has been sloughing off recently and for many years. It's just a suggestion at your pleasure.
Great. I appreciate that invite, Mr. Bruno. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Great. We can bring back Mimi and I think it was Mr. Robinson to rebut or provide rebuttal to some of these comments. Hi, Mimi. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I was wondering, since we got a couple of comments on the bluff and the setback piece from Mr. Salem and Mr. Bruno, can you maybe address that aspect of of their comments?
I'm happy to. So primarily, I want to agree with staff that is really a subdivision review process. But I understand everybody's concern, and we're talking about it tonight, so you want to have a better understanding of it. We did have a full geotechnical report done for the site. So that is not just looking at some maps and saying, hey, it's all good. They went out and did test pits. They dug into the ground. They measured groundwater infiltration rates. They studied the soil composition in a variety of locations across the site. And they specifically looked at the bluff, the stability of the bluff, the soil composition, and they developed a series of setbacks. And it's not one setback that's universally applied across the bluff. It is through increments. So there are parts of the bluff that have a smaller setback and parts of the bluff that have a larger setback. And the areas where we've heard about sloughing, that is the area that has the greater setback. So the setback in that area is over 100 feet. The areas that are more stable have a minimum of 50 feet of setback, and it varies across that bluff. So that's a robust study. Polish shares the concern, and frankly, AKS shares the concern. We are the civil engineering firm behind the work that's going to happen out there. We need to make sure that we've got a good design and that we're standing behind that design. So we take it very seriously, but fundamentally, those are questions that will be reviewed with the subdivision application. So that's the primary response. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and roll into some of the other questions that we've heard this evening, if you don't mind.
No, absolutely. I would say, just as a thought, not as a requirement, but maybe as a thought, was when we do get to the development concept with the actual layouts and developments and whatnot, and anything maybe denoting on your plans where those larger setbacks are, and for that erosion piece that you were just talking about, that might be a good piece for those that are following this to kind of see just in what areas you're talking about from that plan, so that they can see that better.
Absolutely.
Just as a thought, but yes, please, your other pieces.
Okay. So we also heard from Mr. Bruno some concern about where that setback is measured from, and he cited the development codes section 16-130-030. With riparian and environmental things, there's a lot of terminology that gets thrown around, and it all kind of sounds the same. So I get where he's coming from. That is that setback, that 100-foot setback, is to be from top of bank. And I understand how that could sound like it's the top of the cliff, but it's actually the river bank. It's the edge of the water flow that's at the bottom of the down with the actual river itself. And so that is one of the measurements that we've shown on the plan. So we are following city code. We're following that development standard. Again, that gets implemented with the subdivision. We're daylighting it now just to make sure everybody realizes it's a buildable project in the future, but ultimately that'll be reviewed with the subdivision. Mr. DeVore, I'm glad he appreciates the cul-de-sacs. We did that to try to address those concerns, so I'm glad to hear that. He raised concern about the HOA bearing the cost of maintenance of that park. This will be a separate HOA, an individual HOA, so it will maintain that park among the new residents. That won't be carried over to the existing residents. So that's an important point. And then how do we know the design won't change? That's the nature of a development concept plan. It is a framework for how things will proceed forward. I can tell you that we've done an awful lot of design work behind the scenes, making sure that this is really a buildable plan. The plan that you see in the DCP really is the plan that we plan on moving forward with, and we've invested a lot of design work into that. But you, as the city council and your planning commission, both have the authority to say this. If we were to come forward with a subdivision that doesn't mimic that DCP, you would be able to hold us to it. Generally speaking, it's a guiding document. It's not a locked-in document. So there is some wiggle room. How much wiggle room is up to the discretion of the planning commission and the city council. So that is part of the review process and the check-ins. So that's how the public has assurance that yes, the plan may change, but it should be in a way that is vetted through a public hearing process and a subsequent review. Mr. Hemrick reiterated that he does not want the trail to dead end into his property, and we completely respect that. We have shown the trail coming back into the neighborhood and not stubbing into his property. Again, that's part of the subdivision, but we hear what he has to say. And then he asked about the trail maintenance. I did mention that earlier. The Emerald Necklace land area will be maintained by the HOA. The trail itself, the city parks department would like to maintain the hard surface trail only, not any of the landscaping that goes adjacent to it. Let's see here. Did I miss anything? Mr. DeVore did talk about parking overflowing into his neighborhood. We did hear from staff very early on that parking is a significant concern within the city of Canby. The subdivision that we're working on does provide, all the streets have parking on two sides. All the homes have a minimum of a 2-car garage and then 2 parking spaces within the driveway. So there's a lot of parking planned for within that subdivision. That'll all be daylighted with the subdivision application, but that is the plan moving forward. Is there's more than enough space to accommodate parking for that community as well as for the park. But primarily that should be a walk-to park. But Mr. DeVore is right. There are always occasionally people who will drive to it. It's not what it's designed for, but if that happens, the neighborhood can handle it. So those were the notes that I had. Mike Robinson, is there anything that I missed or do you want to add on?
Hi, Mayor Hodson, members of City Council. I'm Mike Robinson. I'm the applicant's land use attorney. I'm happy to say I don't have anything to say.
Well, Mr. Robinson, it's good to see you again. And I wasn't sure if we were going to hear from you or not. So it's good to hear from you. Perfect. Okay. Mimi, anything else on your end?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Council, questions on any of the rebuttal pieces at all? No. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing the public testimony of the public hearing. And then any other questions at all, council? Okay. Any discussion items? Sorry. Yes. Councilor Bangs.
I had a question regarding that park thing too, and it's probably part of the subdivision plan and not the annexation plan, but a park that is controlled by an HOA cannot constitute more than 50% of the requirement for a parkland dedication. And so is the size of that park taking that into consideration? That's one of the questions I had. The second question I had is the adjacent property that is part of this future plan, the 20 plus extra acres, is that also going to have a second park as per city requirements?
I can address the second part question with the 20 plus acres adjacent in the DCP area. So that will likely have a continuation of the Emerald Necklace. That would be the 4th or 5th iteration of that parkland area. And every time land comes into the city, there is per our code today as it stands, there's a requirement for either a dedication or a system development charge in lieu of dedication for development. So it's likely that there'll be some form of either parkland and or money that will come as part of that land coming into the city and developing.
Eric, I might add Councilor Bang's question, which is a really good one. Maybe stepping back a layer here on this in terms of the subdivision review, which we're not looking at tonight. We have 10 factors to look at whether or not the city will even consider taking the Paca Park dedication. And it has to match up with those 10 factors. So this is not a given. The Emerald Necklace, I think, is one of those thematic elements. It's different. And it's something that's memorialized in our plans and something the city is much in desire of. So that really is more in the public realm. But that Paca Park needs to be evaluated at the subdivision level as to whether or not the city is even willing to say that's something that we want to take in. That could end up being just a private park. That needs to be vetted during the subdivision process without consideration of SDC credits. So that those factors have to be evaluated later on to the subdivision process. Not to make this more complicated, but I think we're kind of dancing around that question tonight, I think, and I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, that's good enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bangs. Appreciate it. Councilor Spoon. You are muted, Sarah.
Dang it, I'm usually good about that. Okay, so we usually won't see this, or we probably won't see this when it comes through a subdivision. It usually doesn't get to us unless there's an appeal. So I guess I just wanted to comment, and hopefully this is part of the consideration when it goes through subdivision, is that if the city does not own the land, I'm not sure. I would like, I guess, a legal determination on whether or not that qualifies in lieu of SDCs. If the city just has an overlay easement, I'm not sure to me that that's city park. So I guess maybe I'd be looking to planning and the city attorney to consider that when it's going through the subdivision application, is if we do not own the land, if the land is not dedicated to us, does it qualify for an in lieu of SDCs? I have no problem with open space. I love open space. Parks are my very favorite thing, but just want to make sure that we're getting a fair take on it. If we don't own the land, I'm not sure. I would also like their SDCs, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so Councilor Spoon, there is criteria that talks about partial or if at all credit for private park space. In addition to what Don had mentioned, there's some criteria and then there's additional criteria about whether or not it makes sense for the city to convey any SDC credit for private park space. So again, in more of the subdivision phase, but I wanted to mention that we are sensitive to these issues and I think we'll be fully vetting these with the applicant and other important city folks on the park dedications.
Councilor Bangs, did you have another question?
No, just an observation that if we're going to have yet a second pocket park in that neighborhood, whether it's private or public, it would just logically make more sense to put this existing park adjacent to that other land and have those two parks adjacent to each other. So you have one larger park rather than two smaller ones. But that's not for me or the council to decide. It just I wanted to make that observation.
Food for thought. Okay. Okay, so discussion, any other, we've answered or asked additional questions, any discussion pieces? Councilor Spoon.
Yeah, I just want to, Mr. Bruno wrote in the chat box, and this is maybe a question that can help, that the ordinance he was talking about refers to top of the cliff. And so I guess maybe the question that could resolve, and if we don't have an answer tonight, that's fine, but a question that might resolve his concern is, I guess, what's the difference between a cliff and a bluff, right? So like, if the ordinance he's talking about is saying the setbacks from the top of a cliff, is there a legal difference between cliff and what we're talking about, which is kind of the water line and a bluff above it? So just for clarification, that's in the chat box, and I thought it might be worth to really alleviate his concern before we get to the subdivision process. It seems like that's what he's talking about, a difference in language.
Okay, thank you. The only discussion piece on this for me really is we knew long time, we've been planning as a city that we knew our growth would go south to the river, and that once Tofty Farms went in, even back not too long ago, there was conversation of how long until that back area got developed and annexed in to be developed. And so here we are with our growth of our city. I'm not, I think it was Mr. DeVore talking about, what's the look and value and the growth of the city. It's a lot. It's been, you're talking about another 165, 67 homes going in total in that area. That's a lot. And I think as we have grown, we have learned, and that's, and hopefully as we're developing south, that Ivy is being looked at. And we had earlier tonight conversation about the transportation safety plan, the issue of the roundabout and all that stuff along South Ivy there. There's an opportunity there for us to take this growth into consideration as we look at South Ivy, and what is that going to mean now that there's development going to be occurring on both sides down that stretch. It's tough to see the farmland become houses. It has been for the 17 years that I've been here, and it's part of the growth of our city. It's the challenges that we have as a council and as a community as we grow. So that's my only piece from a discussion standpoint. So if there's no other discussion, I am going to close our public hearing. All right. So closed. Thank you all for the dialogue. Eric, thank you for the presentation. Very well done. Planning has been on point this evening. Appreciate it. Don, great job with, thank you to you and your team, to Palish Homes and their team. Thank you for being here this evening and for your presentation as well. We're going to move into ordinances, which first one up addresses what we were just hearing this evening from for our public hearing. So it's to consider ordinance number 1566, an ordinance proclaiming annexation into the city of Canby, Oregon, 42.5 acres of real property, and the zone change. It's for our first reading. So we've kind of heard all the pieces there. Is there any other conversation or discussion or questions, I should say, regarding ordinance number 1566? Okay. Council President Hensley, question?
No, I am prepared to make a motion. I move to pass ordinance number 1566, an ordinance proclaiming annexation into the city of Canby, Oregon, 42.5 acres of real property described as tract of land located in southwest 1/4 of section 3, the northeast 1/4 of section 4, and the southeast 1/4 of section 4, Township 4 South, Range 1 East, Willamette Meridian, Clackamas County, Oregon, also identified as Clackamas County Assessor's Map and Tax Lots 41E03, 02300, 41E04D, 01200, and 41E04D, 01300. This ordinance also concurrently amends the existing county zone from EFU, exclusive farm use, to city low density residential R1 and medium density residential R1.5 for the entire area, and setting the boundaries of the property to be included within the city, Canby city limits to second reading on December 1st, 2021.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I'll second.
Second. Okay.
All right. I'll give the second to Councilor Spoon. So the motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Spoon to approve ordinance number 1566, an ordinance proclaiming annexation into the city of Canby, Oregon, 42.5 acres of real property described as a tract of land located in the southwest 1/4 of Section 3, the northeast 1/4 of Section 4, and the southeast 1/4 of Section 4, Township 4 South, Range 1 East, Willamette Meridian, Clackamas County, Oregon, also identified as Clackamas County Assessor's Map and Tax Lots 41E03, 02300, 41E04D, 01200, and 41E04D, 01300. This ordinance also concurrently amends the existing county zoning from exclusive farm use to low density residential and medium density residential for the entire area, and setting the boundaries of the property to be included within the Canby city limits to a second reading on December 1st of 2021. Any further discussion?
Can you repeat that, Mr. Mayor?
Ha ha.
That's good.
Councilor Bangs, I'll make sure to call on you when we do the second reading. How's that? All those in favor? I see 5. Anyone opposed? That passes 6-0. Thank you all very much. Appreciate that. Next on the agenda is ordinance number 1564, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated to purchase a picnic shelter for Locust Street Park. And this is for second reading. Mr. Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, as you said, a second reading, so we can put in a new picnic shelter at Locust Street Park. We have no new or additional information since the first reading, so we recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a great addition to rounding out all the work that we've been doing at Locust Street Park. I know that we've talked about the use of this park and how important it is. So, Councilor Spoon, comment, question?
Yeah, at the last meeting during first reading, we had a bit of a conversation. I know Council President Hensley and I were interested in this being funded through SDCs instead of through the Park Maintenance Fund. Has there been any further discussion or determination on that?
Thank you for that question, Councilor Spoon. We have to wait the 30 days after second reading, so we'll have time to make that determination. But I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that if that in fact is what the council's preference would be. I think this was budgeted into our parks maintenance fee, but I know that we have plenty of money in our SDC fund. So if there's a general consensus here that the council wants me to expend that out of SDCs, I don't see any reason not to do that. It was just budgeted into the maintenance fund. So essentially, I don't think that requires any action. I think just if that's the general idea that the council would prefer, then we could certainly look to do that.
If it is eligible to use SDVC funds instead of maintenance funds, I would prefer. We have enough problem with trying to get our maintenance funds to stretch. So if we can do this expansion in SDC funds, I would prefer. And I saw some thumbs up, so I think you have your consensus, Mr. Archer.
That's all I was looking for, and just my opinion on that is I don't have any reason to believe that it's not eligible for that expenditure, but I will verify that. And unless there are any concerns, we'll just look to pay for the project in that manner. Does that satisfy your question, Councilor Spoon?
It does, and I agree with Council President Hensley. It's, if we have unrestricted funds that we are trying to do a lot of things with, but it qualifies for restricted funds, my preference would be to use the restricted funds.
Understood.
Councilor Bangs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 1564, authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated in the amount of $104,555.
I'll second.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councillor Bangs, seconded by Council President Hensley, to consider ordinance number 1564. Let me find my notes here. There we go. To authorize the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated to purchase a picnic shelter for Locust Street Park. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Second reading.
Dang it. Thank you. Roll call vote.
Councillor Bajoran.
Aye.
Councillor Bing.
Aye.
Council President Hensley.
Aye.
Councillor Parker.
Aye.
Councillor Spoon.
Aye.
Councillor Varwig.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Next up is ordinance number 1565, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments, LLC, Proudest Monkey Development, LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut Street expansion, also for a second reading. Scott, I don't think this needs much discussion other than this is for our key Walnut Street extension into 99E out of our industrial park, and keeps this project moving ever forward.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. No additional or new information since the first reading, and you described that correctly. This is a significant action if you pass this ordinance tonight that will help us move forward in that future extension road. So we are wholeheartedly recommending your approval.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilor Varwig, comment?
Yes, I will make a motion, sir. Move to adopt ordinance 1565, an ordinance authorizing city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments, LLC, Proudest Monkey Development, LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut Street extension.
Second.
Okay. Councilor Bajoran, did you have a comment?
No, I was going to second.
Okay. All right, you can second and motion the next one. How's that? Motion's been made by Councilor Varwig and seconded by Councilor Hensley to approve ordinance number 1565, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments, LLC, Proudest Monkey Development, LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut expansion. Roll call vote.
Councillor Bajoran.
Aye.
Councillor Bangs.
Aye.
Council President Hensley.
Aye.
Councillor Spoon.
Aye.
Councillor Varwig.
Aye.
That carries 6-0. Thank you all. Next is resolution number 1360, a resolution adopting a temporary program for use of private parking lots and private outdoor areas. It's a lengthy conversation, I think, at our last meeting. This is already a program that's in place, and we're extending it again until, I believe, June of next
End of
year. Yep, thank you. June 30th of 2022. Scott, anything we're leaving out on that?
No, that's an accurate description. I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Stickle to answer any other questions you may have. I don't know if also what you might have anything to add, but that's essentially it. This is that extension resolution. So I'm going to let Jamie hop in here for a second.
Hi, Jamie.
Hello again. How are you all?
Great.
Good. So yes, this is an extension of the Open Air Canby program. It's resolution 1360, which would extend the program through June 30th of 2022. This came from direction at the October 20th City Council meeting for staff to extend the temporary program through June while working on identifying options, opportunities for a potential permanent program, which would be more of a parklet. And just as a couple couple of things to note. The Open Air Canby program, the document itself, which we give to businesses and then they sign and as a requirement. It has a couple of different things that were not in the last. It's cleaned up the language a bit. At that time, it was talking about what we could do with under reopening or certain phases. This just says, if there are changes, we need to comply, or businesses need to comply. It notes on there that the program will expire June 30th of 2022. It also talks about if you need to put a tent up, how that process would work. It's something that if someone were to apply or to fill out the Open Air Canby document, we walk them through that. But I always like to give people as much information as possible up front so they know what to expect. And that's really just using the temporary vendor permit through the planning process. That fee is waived for this program. And then also contacting Canby Fire, contacting Clackamas County to make sure that what they are proposing follows building codes and fire life safety. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jamie, for that. I'm glad that we're extending this program for I'm glad we're extending this program. Sorry, chat box was going off in front of my face. The big piece to this is, again, we don't know what's going to happen or continue to happen in terms of mandates and regulations and things like that. But I still think providing this opportunity for our businesses to be able to extend outdoors is prudent. So thank you for bringing this back and keeping this going. Councillor Hensley, did you have a question or are you looking to make a motion?
I was just going to make a motion to approve resolution 1360, authorizing the extension of the Open Air Canby program until June 30th, 2022.
Okay, so the motion's been made. Councillor Spoon, did you have a question or comment?
I have a question, but I'll wait till someone seconds and then I'll just do it in discussion.
Okay, Councillor Banks has seconded. Councillor Spoon, your question or discussion?
Yes. So Jamie, in the Open Air Canby program, I should have caught this last time we talked about it. Maybe no one else cares, but I am curious that the actual rules and kind of the Exhibit A that the resolution refers to doesn't actually seem to indicate that the space should be for seating and not for, say, storage or something else. Am I misreading that? So it actually doesn't specify that the outdoor space that we allow them to have is for seating. It doesn't regulate the use of that. Is that something that the rest of council is interested in maybe limiting, that if you're going to have tents out in these outdoor spaces, they shouldn't be used for storage or et cetera, that the intent is for seating?
Well, I would certainly agree that it shouldn't be used for storage.
Jamie, we can amend it to just say for immediate customer use.
Okay.
And we can just amend that if they want to amend their motion to add that link.
Right. Joe's saying that we could amend the document to say for immediate customer use, and that the motion could include that amendment. And that would be a very easy fix to add in there.
Mr. Mayor, as the motion maker, I would concur and I would be happy with that amendment. I agree with Councillor Spoon that it shouldn't be for storage. There was one business that did kind of ease their seating into a storage space, and I wasn't very happy to see that. So if we could amend the document to include it as that is the requirement, it says for customer space. I'm happy with that amendment.
So if we did a motion that stated this, let's see, I move to approve resolution number 1360, authorizing the extension of the Open Air Canby program, and with the amendment for that the space be for customer use only, and it be continued until June 30th of 2022. Would that be a suitable
Yes.
amended motion?
Yes.
Great. Then motion made and as amended. Is there any further discussion or questions?
Does Sean have to resecond it?
I think he would have to.
I wasn't the one that seconded it. I believe it was Councilor Banks that seconded
it. It was Councilor Banks. Thank you.
Again.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Council President Hensley. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries 6-0. Jamie, a pleasure as always. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Lots of heavy lifting tonight, folks. I appreciate it. Next on the agenda is mayor's business. Mine will be quick. Park meeting did not occur last night. It's been moved to next week. At the Clackamas County Coordinating Commission meeting at the beginning of the month, we had a big conversation regarding an update regarding the affordable housing bond program that Metro put forth and was passed. The voters had approved a $652 million regional affordable housing bond in 2018. The bond revenues dedicated to Clackamas County are approximately $116 million. So the first round of funding or funding availability came out in January of 2020, and that was $43 million. And with that, 314 dwellings were made available between Happy Valley, Oregon City, and unincorporated Clackamas County. And then the second round that's coming up in about the middle of 2022 is going to be $23 million. And that's going to be 200 new units spread out through, it'll be the metro area of Clackamas County. My big question that I brought up during that conversation was how do Canby, Molalla, Estacada, Andy, those non-metro cities get maybe some of that money that's coming into Clackamas County from the Metro bond? Does that then free up money to do projects elsewhere in Clackamas County? And so that it does in fact do that. And it's just a matter of cities like Canby partnering with a developer or a nonprofit organization specializing in buildings such as this to be able to put forth a project. So that might be something that we may need or want to look at down the road here when we look at some of our planning and zoning conversation here with our city code and whatnot. So just to put it out there as something on your radar. The Region 1 Area Commission on Transportation will not meet until January. 2 community just updates. This weekend at Public Works is the leaf drop-off. So if you are needing to get rid of large amounts of leaves, bag them up, throw them in a friendly recyclable brown yard debris bag or in the back of someone's truck and bring them on down to the Public Works. They will be there from 8 to 4 collecting and disposing of your leaves. So no plastic trash bags, please. And then get it on your calendar. December 3rd is Canby's Light the Night. Parade starts at 6. Lighting of the park will be 6:30-ish. So put it on your calendar, mark it, and come on out. Should be a fun event, always is. There'll be lots of shops open late for shopping and dining pleasure, as well as hot chocolate and other goodies at the event. And that is all that I have for tonight. I will move around my screen, and Councilor Parker, you are first. Any reports from you, sir?
Just a quick one from the meeting last week with the Canby Adult Center. And again, for those following along at home, the reason the city has a role in the Canby Adult Center is it's one of these situations where we own the building and the property is owned by the school district. Anyway, as landlord, we haven't been particularly good on maintenance over the last decade. And the board wanted to send, through me, the appreciation to the council that they've been having conversations with our city administrator and our public works director. And there's a plan afoot to remediate that, fix some leaky windows, and take care of some other things. So even though it's kind of a funny situation that we own a building on land we don't own for an organization that's not us, we're going to be doing the right thing.
No, Councilor Parker, thank you for bringing that up. It's unfortunate that in tough times or challenging times, and I've seen it in business for a number of years now, where the penny saving or the cost cutting measures end up being deferred maintenance. We're seeing it in our parks. I've seen it in businesses. I've seen it in my own community that I oversee and took over. And I think what gets failed to see is that the bigger cost later on if we defer it and don't address it. So I'm glad that we're going to go in and do those repairs. And I know that one of the things we did or stressed with our new building with the library and city hall was to put money aside for future upgrades and updates as those things were needed, but also to make sure that we maintain it so we can get 100 years out of the building. So I'm glad to see that we're doing that. And so thank you for bringing that forward. And Scott and Jerry, thank you for lighting a fire and making that a priority. So thank you. Anything else, Councilor Parker? Okay. Councilor Bajoran, any fun tidbits or announcements from you?
Nothing on the liaison front yet. Excuse me, sorry. But I did meet with Fire Chief Davis on Friday. Had a great conversation about our incident management structure and framework. He's a great resource. And I do want to give appreciation now to Canby Fire, Canby Police, school board for executing that little, scenario-driven meeting they had yesterday. I've been following that. So that's awesome work. And we need more of that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Councilor Varwig.
I will hold my reports till the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Spoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't have any cat news because the meeting is tomorrow, but I wanted to congratulate the Canby Cougars on a great season. It was so much fun to have them back in the playoffs this year. Also, it's time for the Canby Kiwanis Food and Toy Drive. This year, they're collecting toys and money. Normally, we have a big presentation on the dais and we all bring stuff for it, but obviously from home, that's more difficult. So please look for the tubs, the big bins around town in your favorite businesses and locales. They're collecting toys and money this year. You can donate directly to Kiwanis if you have some financial donations for food. And finally, I want to give a big thank you to the Economic Development Department and Public Works for their help with work on the Oregon Film Trail sign installation and event. People have been texting me pictures of it, and it's so fun to see. So thank you for your work on that and making an event in the installation and partnering with the Oregon Film Trail, inviting Miss Ridley, Jane Ridley, to come and speak as well. It was a nice event.
Great. Thank you. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have logged many hours in Zoom in the recent days here. I attended via Zoom a 3-hour meeting with ODOT on congestion pricing, only to figure out that they really don't know what they're doing yet. And it was, we don't know how the tolls will be administered, how much they will be, when they will be, or where they will be. It was basically a meeting where they were wanting us as elected officials and stakeholders to provide some input while they try to figure out what they want to do. There was only a couple of mentions of the rural area, and I'm the only one that mentioned tourism as part of this. There seems to be a flavor from our communities north of us to start with higher tolls than lower tolls. It was actually said that if we don't make it hurt, behaviors won't change. So I'm not really sure what their end goal is. So future meetings will be interesting. I will attend any more that come along and see if more information comes along and more actual factual plans come about. I'll be glad to report those. Let's see. Next thing I did, I had attended a couple-hour meeting yesterday with the Aurora Airport Master Plan. Again, I'm not really certain what the objective was. So with some Charbonneau folks and from French Prairie folks, we're also kind of puzzled because it was proclaimed at the beginning of the meeting that they're not going to take any recommendations. So we're not really certain what our role is there yet. But there'll be up to 9 meetings in this master plan process. So I'm hoping that our role will become more clear in future meetings. Traffic Safety Commission is very busy right now. We had the Clackamas County representative come and talk to us about a safety campaign that they're doing, and it's going to feature pedestrian safety and teen driving. And they're actually going to focus on Canby and Molalla as their focus campaign as a test market. So you'll be seeing some YouTube videos and things promoting their safety programs, and it will feature our area. So that's kind of nice. And the subcommittee of the Traffic Safety Commission has been busy working on parking situations on 2nd and 3rd Avenue, South Side, where they're going to be putting in that new apartment complex. The neighborhood is worried about parking and the narrow streets that 2nd and 3rd have. So they're looking at the possibility of vacating parking on one side of the road. So they actually met and counted parking spaces recently. And so I'll have more information on that at the next meeting. And I think that concludes, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Council President Hensley. And last but not least, Councilor Banks.
Thank you. The school district met Monday, and I don't really have a report on that. I did watch the meeting, but it was not exciting. The Library Advisory Committee met yesterday, and I also attended that meeting. There is a report, a bi-monthly report, that is going to be better than anything I'm going to give you right now. I will tell you that the library reported that library cards are going out at a very high rate, and there's tons of new items getting turned in. The library board canceled its December meeting because it's right before Christmas. And that's all I have this month.
Great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Archer, your city administrator business and staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be quick, but I do have a few items. The first is Councilor Banks just referenced the bi-monthly reports that are in your packet, and just want to call attention to that. And as always, if you have any questions about any of that information, please do let us know. Second, you don't know this from where you're sitting, but we have a new staff person that is in our chambers with us tonight, working beside Melissa, and that is Maya Benham, and we are very happy to have her on board. Maya is our new deputy city recorder. This is a new position that we had put into our budget this year to provide additional support and assistance. You will be seeing Maya at our meetings occasionally, and you will also be seeing communications from Maya through our various email and so forth. And so we're really happy to have Maya. She brings in a really strong background in public service in particular, and will be a great addition. And I'm going to ask when Melissa comes up in just a couple of minutes to do the final action review that she bring Maya up with her to say hello quickly to you. Next is our work continues on our downtown project. The railroad quiet zone, safety project, and the entry arch project. We are moving through the 3 railroad crossing intersections in downtown. And so we've completed the work over on Elm. Much of the work on Grant is completed or is being completed. And in fact, that has been closed. Grant will be back open to traffic as of tomorrow. We anticipate, unless there are any issues between now and then. So traffic will be flowing once again on Grant. You will see, and I'm sure you've all noticed this, the forms are beginning to take shape on where the arch will be. And it really does give you a pretty good perspective on what how that might look as an entryway or kind of a gateway, if you will, into downtown. As the next step then will be the Ivy Street crossing. And beginning this coming week, Monday, November 22nd, from Monday the 22nd through Wednesday the 8th of December, traffic will be closed to all vehicles on the Ivy Street railroad crossing. So a little bit more time of inconvenience on the last of the 3 intersections as we work towards the end of that project. So we appreciate everybody's patience as we work our way through those intersections. The last item I have is I'm going to call on Jamie Stickle to give you a very quick update on the Shop Small, Shop Canby program that she is rolling out.
Thank you. Just one moment. Oh, goodness. Okay. Thank you. Okay, hello, Mayor and Council. My apologies. Let me just open up my document. See if I My apologies.
Okay, Councilor Parker, while Jamie's doing that, did you work in radio?
I worked in radio and TV for 15 years.
So we know I did radio in college and really enjoyed it. And it was always the worst was when there was dead air during radio time. And so now that Jamie's got this up, I'll stop talking. Jamie, thank you.
Really appreciate that, Mayor Hodson. And
just trying to fill that time for you. There you go.
Very often that there's dead air when I'm in the room. So I appreciate the backup on that. Obviously, we have the holidays coming up, and I'm sure none of us can believe that Thanksgiving is next week, which means that right after that is Small Business Saturday. And so I started to think about ways that we could encourage people to remember to shop local this holiday season. You know, we've all become extra great at ordering from our couches. But a lot of the things that we need for the holiday season or want to gift at the holiday season or eat during the holidays can be found locally. And so I put together this campaign, which is rolling out. I updated our Facebook photo to have this graphic this evening, so Can Be Business. But it will be rolled out to our local media, to the Chamber of Commerce, to our local businesses. The hope is also that residents start cheering and to kind of create a movement around shopping small, shopping can be. And so what I put together was just a very brief, mark your calendars for Small Business Saturday on November 27th. Ways to support local businesses that are free. And then variety of graphics that can be tailored to our local businesses. So my hope is that businesses that want to participate or would typically participate in a shop local not a shop local, a small business Saturday would see themselves somewhere. So this could obviously be for clothing, for a retailer, but it could also be for a vintage store. A bicycle, we have a bike shop. We also encourage cycling and Canby. And then I see like vintage or antiques in this. Our restaurants and bars, our food options, books. Obviously, we have a bookstore that is, right in the heart of downtown, but we also have our library and the Friends of Library bookstore. And so I think there are opportunities for even nonprofits to see themselves in this campaign. Furniture, artwork, and then, the hope is that at the end of the day or the middle of the day, you've shopped so much, you've spent all your money, but that you're hungry and need a little caffeine. And so also our bakeries and our coffee shops can be identified there. And so this campaign will roll out starting this evening and then into tomorrow. And like I said, I'm hoping that people will share. If a business says, hey, I don't really see myself in this, but I'd love to participate, they can either use something like this, or they could, we can customize something maybe a little bit more towards them. And then the Small Business Saturday movement was, an American Express shop local movement. And so I also signed up to be a neighborhood champion. And so that also provides additional resources. And one of the links that I received just earlier this afternoon was a link that a business can sign up and customize something that says, this is who I am. This is the kind of business we have or the offerings we have. And so when I'm rolling this campaign out to the businesses, then they'll also receive a link to the information that I've received so that they can participate that way as well. And my hope is that even if it reminds a couple of people to shop locally, that really helps. On average, 67 cents of every dollar spent stays in the local economy. And so that might not seem like much, 67 cents. But then that means that $67 of every $100 spent in the local economy stays here. $670 of every 1,000 stays locally. So it really does have a ripple effect. It really does impact our businesses. And I think, obviously every bit counts. And so I'm hoping that this is a bit that helps remind people to shop locally, shop small, shop Canby.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate that. And I think I saw stuff on our website the other night, and I think the Chamber's got some of that going on as well. So definitely a great group effort here for the weekend coming up. So thank you for that. Councilor Parker, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Jamie, thank you. I know you've been pretty slammed lately, and the fact that you've been able to get around to rolling this out is much appreciated. We always need to keep reinforcing this concept. And if you send us some of those logos to our council mailboxes, we'll go ahead and repost them on our own Facebook pages.
Thank you. You guys were at the top of my list, but I think that goes without saying. So you'll be at the top of my list for sending this information out. And then, yes, if you can share, if you can, have any feedback on, we're kind of missing this business segment. The idea is that it's whimsical, that it's fun, and it's a good reminder. And I'm really excited to roll it out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Can I say something before you do your final? I'm thankful that I work here, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Joe. A little bit of humor here late in the evening. I love it. Melissa.
Great. Hello, and I have Maya here with me.
I'm guessing there's no additional citizen input this evening.
No additional citizen input.
All right. So who's with you? Do you want to introduce her to everyone?
Yes, this is Maya. So this is our new deputy city recorder, who you will be hearing from quite frequently. So.
Maya, welcome to Canby and welcome to this wild and wacky team. The council will do its best to at least give you till the 1st of December before we drive you nuts.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice to meet you all. I look forward to meeting you all in person, hopefully someday soon.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right. Action review, Melissa.
You approved the consent agenda, passed ordinance number 1566 to a second reading on December 1st, 2021, and adopted ordinance numbers 1564 and 1565 and resolution number 1360.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Before we go into adjournment, council, if you would just stay on the line here before we log off or switch over, I'd appreciate it. To the citizens of Canby, city staff, to the council, I really wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. If you're traveling, please be safe. 2021, I think, has not been quite the rebound of 2020 that maybe we all expected, but there's still a lot to be thankful for and to be grateful for. So I appreciate all of you and all that you do as counselors and city staff. Thank you. You make us look really good every Wednesday, and that sometimes is hard to do. So thank you for all of your hard work as well. Canby, be safe. Have a great Thanksgiving, and we will see you at the beginning of December. Thank you. And Scott, if you let me know if we're clear, we can chat real quick, everyone. Thank you, Canby. Have a good night.